presentation we have this morning. At this time, we're going to go ahead and start our meeting with the flag salute. So if you'd all stand, that'd be followed by invocation by Pastor Brad Penn of the First Baptist Church of Durham. Right here. I've been all over it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's pray together. Father, we pray today that your presence would be in this room with us, helping guide our thoughts and our actions. We pray, Lord, for wisdom. We pray, Lord, for understanding and respect for one another in all things. We pray, Lord, that what is true and right and real would come to the surface, and the decisions made here today would be beneficial to our individuals and our community. And Lord, may your blessing be upon it all. We pray, Lord, you keep us safe, watch over us throughout the busyness of the day, guard us as we drive, and watch over us in our health. And most important, Lord, watch over us spiritually, that our relationship with you be what it ought to be. We pray this in the name of your Son, Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
First of all, we'll start out with our administrative business. Tina.
If you would like to, we can do that. Or if you would rather just go into this, we can always postpone administrative to the end. What would the commission like to do?
Put administrative to the end.
We'll move administrative to the latter part of the meeting then, so we can go ahead with the presentation. Now we'll have our wind energy project discussion. Pat Palstring, Expedition Wind, is here to present for us. So Pat, go ahead.
Good morning. How's that, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission? Thank you very much for letting us be here. I checked the calendar, and it was 1 month ago today. We had a couple of staff people. I wasn't here, and there were a number of people that showed up questioning our project, and I think raised some concerns among the County Commission. And through a series of conversations with members at the Commission, we've arrived at today. And what I've asked is to provide to you, I think, an update on our project first, and then secondly, to address those questions that I think were raised a month ago today. So I have this presentation. I'll try to keep it as brief as possible, but I hope you'll find it somewhat interesting. And at that stage, I think I know people from the project here who would like to speak, and I respect the fact that the opponents of the project, I think, would also maybe like to respond. So we're going to try to keep a half hour or so for those kinds of responses, if that makes some sense. Can you see this presentation up here? I don't know if we should back it up anymore to make it any bigger. You want to try that? We're glad that this project has that much interest in Marion County. We think that that's good. My name's Pat Pelstring. I've Been in the wind business for about 15 years now. I used to be in rural development finance. Spent about 30 years in that business. And I had a group in southwest Minnesota that were trying to put a ag operating operation together. We met with a couple of bankers, and as we walked out, 3 or 4 of them kind of grabbed me and said, "Hey, what do you know about this wind business?" This was 2004. And I said, "Well, I don't know a lot. I know there's big turbines and the wind drives the energy." And they said, "Well, could you help us put something together?" So, out of great interest at that stage, rolled up our sleeves and went to work. Fortunately, within 12 months, we had a 50-megawatt contract with Xcel Energy at the time. And candidly, I'll tell you, in 2004 or 5, I didn't know much about the wind business. And in the last 15 years, I've got a pretty good education. We've built 7 other projects, almost 800 megawatts. But we're not NextEra. We're a group of 10, 12 hardworking professionals. And we have to bring in at the stage, and in this case our project manager, or excuse me, our project financier is a company called Ares Capital. And we've made our name by working with the landowners. This is the first time that we've acquired development assets, taken a project forward. And I think we've done a pretty good job, and I think with the interest of a lot of the landowners that we've got here, we'll see that, of establishing the relationships. But if I have one regret about this project is I wish we could have started from ground zero with it, because I think things might have been a little bit different. If I stand there, I'm kind of in the way of the presentation, so I'll move out of your way. Very quickly, to give you an update on the project, we're at about 22,000 acres right now, up possibly as much as 23,000 acres. This project, we bought it just about a year ago. We've made tremendous progress getting the GIA, which is the interconnection to grid connection, really upgraded the leasing so that we've got enough room to get full 200 megawatts in. We've finished the environmental, and we're talking to off-takers right now. And it was interesting that a month ago this came up at about the same time that we had talked to the commission about submitting our CUP. We've gone through a lot of the regulatory activities. FAA is now pretty much cleared. We've added a couple of Met towers, and we've added quite a few leases. As I said, I think we're ready to move forward with our CUP. As I said, we were fortunate to have 2 staff people at the meeting who were able to listen to the concerns raised that day. And I think it's important that we address those concerns. Now, we've categorized them in these 8 areas. Just reading them, there's Kansas legislation on setbacks, a lot of concerns about health, land valuation, stray voltage, what does it do to farm practices, aerial spraying, avian and wildlife issues, and electronic issues, what's in the footprint in terms of, in fact, this county has a new radio system. So we listened to those. We listened to the audio, and what was surprising to us is that there were a lot of questions raised, but no evidence in any of those areas. And in addition to walking through a summary of some responses in those areas, we've asked our staff to put the background material together. And if we could spend just a minute, we've got books that we want to leave with the commissioners and with Sharon from the planning department. Now you can imagine I had a fun Saturday morning on the snowstorm on the way into Minneapolis at Kinko's getting all those copied. And of course I'm not real technical, so I had to figure out how we could copy on both sides of the paper and fill up a free ring binder like that. It took me about 3.5 hours, but wanted to make sure that we got that information for you. Let me describe to you, if I could, just a little bit about the industry. And that's important because the questions that were raised on February 11th are not necessarily new ones. Questions that I've heard for 15 years now, and they're questions that have been studied and addressed, as you can see with these books. There are a whole series, and these don't come from developers and their response. They come from major universities, major research institutions, and they provide, I think, a good counter view on a number of these issues. And the reason that this industry has been able to grow is that those issues substantially have been addressed. They're very legitimate issues. I have nothing but respect for the questions, because if the suggestions that a health concern is caused by a wind turbine, I don't think we'd have 50,000 turbines spinning in this country today. The industry has grown such that over 30,000 families have signed leases with developers such as ourselves. And that's generating $267 million a year in lease payments. Now, one of the things that where the industry always takes a little bit of a a little bit of a hit, is we come into town, we're going to have 4 or 5 maintenance and engineers running around, and a couple of supervisory personnel, security personnel, but not more than 5 or 6 jobs associated with the project. But if you take, and in our case, some $850,000 a year in lease payments that go to landowners, that's the equivalent of $25,000, $35,000 a year jobs coming to your community. That's money that flows through to your community in addition to those jobs we talked about. Kansas is very similar. In fact, it's now the 5th most successful state in the country relative to wind energy. 37 wind farms, nearly 6,000 megawatts. There's enough energy, wind energy, in your state to power 1.7 million homes. Not people, homes. It's a very established industry in this state. Almost $10 billion invested in this state. And up until when Diamond Vista broke ground, none of that had been in Marion County. And it's about time you take advantage of this growing industry. Kansas legislature, the House, had suggested that they wanted to change the setbacks, and there was a bill filed. In fact, the same day, I found it interesting that the day that the people were here presenting to the commission was the same day it was filed in the state legislature. So that information got through pretty quickly. That bill would have likely put a stop to additional development in the state of Kansas just because the setbacks were too far to make a wind farm economic. If you look at this process, it was 10 days, 3 hearings in the subcommittee, and it went to its first vote to get it to the House floor, and it failed 12-3. I think that suggests to you the interest and the support that wind energy enjoys around the state. Now I'm going to move through these issues fairly quickly, but I'm going to make some pretty definitive statements, and I can make those statements because I think we've got the backup information. There is a Dr. Pierpont, and if you search her on the internet, she is the one person that asserts that there is what's called wind turbine syndrome. Now we heard on February 11th here the statement that the World Health Organization had established that as being a serious health problem. We went through the World Health Organization manual. They list 313 different afflictions that they fight worldwide. WTS was not in there at all. We've got 5 other studies that dispute the fact that there's such a thing as wind turbine syndrome. And it's all based on there's some noise and some vibration that causes health problems. And if you're in an appropriate distance, and we'll talk more about that later, it does not cause the health problems. And this has been refuted time after time after time. Land values. The concern about land values is that if I own land near a wind farm, that my land value may well go down. Well, first, remember that if you're in a wind farm, you're making tens of thousands a year. That improves your cash flow, and your land value should go up. There have been 2 or 3 studies. Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory is probably the most credible. And their comment is that there's no statistical evidence that prices of homes near wind turbines are less than those elsewhere. Stray voltage. Stray voltage is it's an odd phenomenon. And people can, it's in the ag area, and you'll feel a little bit of electrical vibration if stray voltage is going on. And it may well affect your livestock. Well, they have proven, I think, quite clearly that stray voltage has nothing to do with the production of energy through wind turbines. It is instead tied directly to the landowner's interconnection, distribution interconnection from the grid. And because things such as their pipes in the ground are metal, and if it's a poor interconnection, it'll spread kind of through the ground that way. And this stray voltage may occur. It's not a problem with having wind generation in your neighborhood. It's a problem with your local utility, with how they're interconnecting on a distribution basis your land. Talk about farming practices. I heard that there were a lot of people really concerned about farming practices. Remember, number 1, you want the value of your land to go up. Get another $20,000 or more a year coming in from a wind farm. And that's guaranteed for 30 years. That's only taking 2% or less of your agricultural land away from you. You can plant the other 98%. And that extra $20,000, $30,000 in some cases should actually improve the value of your land and should make you a more effective farmer. You're going to be able to plant your crops within 20 or 30 feet of those turbines. The way they lay their foundations in, the foundations go down. Now they got to take a whole acre, excavate that, and then they build the foundation up. But the foundation is curved like this underground, such that you can get within about 20 or 30 feet of the base of your turbine and plant your crops. So it doesn't take much land. And most developers, NRS included, they're going to sit down with you before the turbines are laid out, before anybody starts construction, and lay the roads out so they work for you and for us. We don't want you unhappy for 30 years with us. But there are things you can do, move the roads over so that you can get another row of crops in, those types of things that we'll sit down and work that out with you. Now there's a couple of limiting factors. You know one of the biggest problems? Cows love turbines. And what will happen is, unless you've got the fencing in place, is that they're going to gather around the base of the turbine. And that can be a little bit of a problem. And we will tell you the first year is pretty disruptive. There is a lot going on when they're digging foundations and those types of things. But we pay you for that. It's about $15,000 a turbine by the time you cover the road costs and everything that you get paid the very first year when we're under construction. Aerial spraying was another big one. And we were not, I shouldn't say we were surprised about this one, but after working on 7 or 8 wind projects, most of these aerial sprayers are acrobats, right? They love the challenge. But I will tell you that we contacted 4 or 5 sprayers within about a 30, 40 mile radius. None of them said that they wouldn't aerial spray into a wind farm. We've got a couple that are willing to call and talk to commissioners and verify that directly. We didn't want to bring any of them forward, but we're happy to pass that information on. Environmental review process. If you want 45 minutes more in this presentation, we could talk about what it takes to get an environmental review done. I'll tell you, it's a 2-step process. It's a preliminary assessment. The prior owners had completed that assessment. We've gone through the field work. We've had our staff and our contract staff out counting birds, counting bats, doing all kinds of things like that. And this project has come through very, very well. We're not facing any significant issues in terms of, they did see 1 eagle when they were doing their bird counts. And we know there's bald eagles in this area, but this is not an area, the footprint is not an area that necessarily attracts them. So, the other is FAA. The guy sitting to my right, Jesse, is the guy that gets to talk to the FAA people on a regular basis. And this has become a big issue. In fact, in our project down in New Mexico, they charged us $3 million, or held us up for $3 million, so they could put in a new radar system. Now, maybe that's a reasonable trade-off. We thought it was a little expensive, but that was that situation. Here, the only issue is that we've got a low flyway to the north of our footprint. And they did ask us to move 5 of the prospective turbines a little bit further south. We've made that move. They've told us they're going to approve our project as is. And then along with issues like this, there's always some good rumors. And we've had 2 or 3 here. Number 1, we heard that our landowners are under a gag order. We brought all of our lease documents and the relative parts of our lease documents with us. We're happy to have you take a look at it. Now, we want our landowners, if we're going to pay you money, to support our CUP process. But there is nothing in there that prohibits them from saying anything that they want to anybody. Secondly, Rex Savage, who was involved previously with the project, there's some rumblings that people think Rex still owns part of this project. I can tell you with 100% certainty, Rex does not own 1 iota of this project. National Renewable Solutions owns 100% of it. And even this rumor, which I thought was kind of the funniest one, is that Commissioner Dalkey owns land in the project. You know, we have to do a title search on everybody we sign to a lease. And I asked Lindsay, who manages that for us, we've got some Dalkeys in the footprint, but no Randy Dalkey, same as this gentleman, has executed any interest in the project. So let's put those rumors to bed, please. I had the chance to meet with two of the commissioners, and I did that purposely. We were aware of the issues as we talked about that came through on February 11th. But it was clear to us that it was an important issue. And there are some local issues that we need to talk about. I tried to meet with the third commissioner, but unfortunately her schedule evidently didn't allow it. Otherwise I might have more feedback for you. But between talking to the two commissioners that we did talk to, we got 4 primary areas that came through the process. And I want to be real clear on one issue. There's discussion about a moratorium. We're talking to buyers of our energy right now. The next step is to get those signatures and move forward on the project. If there is a moratorium to review our project, not a turn down, but a moratorium, that creates uncertainty. And if you're a utility or some kind of buyer that's going to sign a contract for $400 or $500 million, would you take that uncertainty? Now I'll tell you, we're fighters. And if there was a moratorium put on, we'd try to find a way to get this project done. But somebody give me some water. Nothing's done. Sorry. So we want to make that clear, and we've been talking to commissioners to that extent. And my point is, if there's a vote for a moratorium, odds are you may as well be voting to kill the project and make all those 90 leases worthless. And that's why we're here today, and that's why we've tried to be careful in terms of coming back on the discussion. Now, the flip side of this issue is that these are real issues. And we think it's important that we respond appropriately. So we've got, I think, some adjustments to the project. I should have had an extra cup of coffee or something this morning. And so I'd like to work through these issues with you so you understand exactly what we're proposing to do. So, I want to set back some planning standards. I want to maybe deal with that in kind of a second part of what we're doing. The radio interference issue, that's something that we study. There's a group called ComSearch, and we'd already done our ComSearch study, and that basically takes microwave beams that go straight through, and we move all the turbines so none of them intersect or the blades intersect with that. That's done. We asked them about this service, and last week signed a contract with them to study this footprint relative to the new radio system that the county has put in place. On Friday we got this. It says, in general, radio systems such as installed in Marion County typically are unaffected by the presence of wind turbines. In the event of any impact, this can be mitigated by installing signal boosters, extenders, or repeaters on the site. My new best friend. So point number one is They don't believe there'll be a problem. We've got the study order. We'll have it in 10 days. We're going to give it to the commission. If there is a problem, we're going to find a way to manage it for you. Decommissioning and roads have been two of the issues that have been big issues in the previous project. We're going to propose a little bit better decommissioning package than what was in the Diamond Vista. Diamond Vista didn't put any money up front, but they put $130,000 in the 10th year is what I understand. We're going to put $30,000 per turbine, secured or with cash up front, and another $150,000 in cash prior to construction. So in that case, that's $2.5 million essentially for decommissioning before we even break ground. Then we get to the 11th year, we're going to add that extra $100,000, either in a letter of credit or cash, another $8 million, so that you should have $10.5 million. Now, the interesting thing about decommissioning, if there's anybody in here that does scrap, metal scrap for a living, if I gave you a 15, 20-year-old turbine and said, what would I have to pay you to take that down and grind the foundation 3 or 4 feet down? Most of them said, no, I'll pay you. I want the metal. Now, things change. 10 years from now or 15 years from now, that might change, and we'll have $10.5 million in the bank to make sure that this project gets decommissioned if necessary. And they'll stay there because we expect we're going to be paying people through a minimum of 30 years. But that money will be on deposit. 30 years later, it should be worth twice that, right? Roads agreement. We've heard a lot of stories about the roads agreement with Diamond Vista. We understand part of the issue is that the city needs to go to a third-party contractor. They are looking seriously at hiring their own engineer, which we think is a great idea, because if you talk to O&M managers, they love nothing more than consistency. Somebody that's there the day when the project's built is there 10 years later. They become friends, is maybe too strong a word, but let's get somebody in here to manage your road system that will be here to work with people such as ourselves. We think that that's a great move. Not quite done. We also are going to video the whole, all the roadway systems, so we've got that immediately available. So there should not be any dispute about what the original condition was in. And that will be in your hands as well. We're going to set up a financial structure. To be honest, I'm not exactly sure how that was set up before, but we'll set up something very comparable to it. Let's talk a little bit more about the project, and maybe some things that we can do to take a little bit of the pressure off from those people that are in the area. First of all, we're going to change the noise standard and the setback for non-participating owners. Now, right now, the county's setback is 1,320 feet setback. We're going to adhere to that with our project owners, people that are with us and have turbines on their property. But anybody that's non-participating, we're going to add 500 feet to that to take it to 1,820. And I will tell you that I'm not sure if there are 5% of the projects around the country that have even approached that number. We've never been in a project with anything more than 1,500 feet. But we understand it's a big issue. And when you reduce the distance, or when you increase the distance, you can reduce the decibels. Now, 55 decibels is the same sound that you get when two people are talking, just away from you. We're going to take that down another 5 decibels, down to 50 decibels. So that will be our standard of the most noise that we can put out, particularly for non-participating landowners. And Jesse understands this better than I do, but it's one of these things that the more you go, you get twice as much. Does that make sense? You get down to 40 decibels, and that's like pins dropping, okay? Secondly, we're going to increase the payments. Right now, and we're doing this to everything. We're not doing this just to people that come forward now. Current landowners can benefit from this. We've got a number of what we call participation agreements. And those are people that generally have small acreage where they can't get a wind turbine. They get paid $1,200 a year. They get a vacation a year out of it. We're going to increase that to $2,000 a year. Over the life of the loan, that's another $24,000, $25,000 to them. And suddenly $2,000 a year, put that away, you send your kids to college. I mean, it's significant dollars. Secondly, we're going to post the necessary security for the county to assure that system, the radio system, gets fixed if there's a problem. We'll sit down with them, figure out a number that makes sense, post a letter of credit. And in terms of pilots, we're agreeing to a minimum of $1,000 a megawatt, which is $100 a megawatt more than Diamond Vista is offering for the county, and $200 a megawatt more for the school districts, because we think probably they might need the money more. And so that takes us up to 1,800 versus 1,500. So it's 300 a megawatt. Multiply that by 200 is, how much more are we doing? You're better at math than I am. Anyway, it's a significant increase, and we're going to show you some numbers in a little bit. And then the last thing we're going to do, and this has come from conversations with a number of people, is we're going to reduce the western edge of the footprint. I think it's an agreement with you that it's a more difficult area in terms of people's interest to lease. And we'll show you what we're doing here. This is Mustang Road. Now those are leases that we have signed to the west. We're not abandoning those landowners. We've made a commitment to them. They will continue to get the land payment as our project moves forward, and that could be very substantial. That's $8, $10 a year. They'll get that payment for 30 years, but we're not going to build any turbines out that far. We're going to keep the turbines east of Mustang Road. And I think as you look at that, area, I think there are a number of people in this room that are concerned about the project. And you know what? It's not health. It's not noise. I don't want to see them. Right? I mean, I understand that. These are 500 feet tall objects, right? Now, I will tell you, and the best thing to do is come back to a wind farm 5 years after it's been built. And you'd be amazed how nobody cares. In fact, they're friends at that stage. The state of Minnesota has a job in their environmental area, and his job is to respond to complaints from landowners in existing districts, in existing wind farms. And we've got about 4,500 megawatts in Minnesota. You know how many complaints he got last year from all the existing wind farms? 3. 2 of them were resolved almost immediately, and the other one, he got a hold of the developer, and they had a turbine that had not been serviced, and they got them to get that serviced and reduce the issue. 3 complaints with 30 or 3,000 wind turbines out there. Anyway, maybe enough said of that. Let me, and I'm just about ready to wrap up because I know I want to keep this at a reasonable time frame so we can take comments. And we're happy to answer questions if you've got direct questions to us. Let me say, too, that if your commission views this as an issue of neighbor against neighbor, they're being short-sighted. I'm thrilled to see the numbers of people here and knowing that a very good share of these people are current landowners that are anxious to move forward. But if it was just about the people in this room, personally, I think that'd be a lot harder decision. Then maybe you count bodies, and if we got 90 and they got 60, do we win? I don't know. It's not about that. It's about moving the whole county forward. Here's what's happened to farm income in the last 10 years. Top one is nationally. It's gone from 67 billion, and this is the net income. This is actually some of the revenues have gone up, right? But this is what they take home. It's dropped by half, 2019. Now we've got Kansas numbers, 4.9 billion. 2017, it was 788 million. I mean, it wasn't in the billions anymore. It's dropping off significantly. And that's why people look for the revenues coming out of a wind farm. This is very short, but these are all landowners of ours down in we built 2 projects totaling 500 megawatts down in eastern New Mexico. And that was a true community project. The landowners down there posted $5 million with us to buy transmission. And it was the first time in the country that project money went from one state across 2 states, or excuse me, wind energy went across 2 states and into California. And that project, but changed their lives down there. And they talked about that. So we've calculated the value over the next 30 years at about $53,600,000. And, with the exception of the Diamond Vista project, I challenge you to show us many projects that you've done here in the last 15 years that compare to those numbers financially. Let's show you how that number, where that money comes from. First of all, and the important thing is that a lot of it comes from landowner payments. We're estimating over 30 years, $26 million of cash comes into the back pocket of people that live in Marion County. Now, you can be jealous of those people or take advantage of the fact that those people now have more disposable income to spend in Marion County as well. But there's another $27 million or more that comes through here, and that's, really, with the O&M operations, we spend $50,000 a year with somebody like GE just to take care of one turbine. And they've got people up and down those turbines every month. 4 or 5 of them are going to live here, and then you're going to see times when there's 20 people going around the footprint. They buy gas, they buy parts at the hardware store. There's significant dollars that stay in the community from that standpoint. We've calculated the pilot. We've got a total of what we estimate to be $360,000 a year coming to the county and the school district. Over time, that's over $10 million. That's $10 million that nobody in this room has to pay. That could be paid to the county and the school district. Now, I will be honest, I still haven't quite figured out who the big school district winners are, because I think we touch all 3 school districts. So, don't think of this, again, please, as the people in this room. Think about this as what you can do to push your community forward. And it's everybody in this county that ultimately will benefit. So, everybody but Lindsay that's on that list is here. When we're done, if you want to talk to somebody, if I could ask Troy and Blake to stand up real quick, so that, and I think you know Jesse. And we've also brought Jacob Albers from Kiewit with us. We expect Kiewit will be the contractor. We know that's been a big issue. And so if you want to. And I think we've asked Jacob to be here because of the roads issues you had before. So he'll be able to respond specifically to any questions that we have there. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Pat. At this time, we will allow for anyone that wants to make a comment. If you do want to make a comment, we'd either ask you to come forward to the mic, or I believe we have a wireless mic, whichever you prefer. Please limit your comments to 5 minutes or less. And if someone wants to make a comment, why, please stand up and state your name.
Bill Alcorn.
Okay, Bill.
All I can say is these guys done a lot of studying, but how many of you guys live by it? I got wind generators about a mile from my house. Now, we live in a little town of Ramona north of here. And I guarantee you, I can tell you when they kick them generators on. One, all of us that's on TV antennas up there, we lose our television. You can't listen to a radio because we lose that. A lot of us had to change our cell phone service because it cuts the power down. Only when them generators are running. And I challenge any one of you, you can come to my house. I live right on the corner of 360th and 12th Creek. And I will prove what I'm saying. As far as the noise, I don't hear the noise. When we went to these people, they told me to come back in a week. They'd have an answer for me. We went back in a week, and the answer to us was, that's progress. Learn to live with it. I do not agree with that. I don't think I have to live with it. So I'm not against progress. I'm against being lied to. I'm against people telling you things and they're blowing smoke right up your butt. I would like to challenge these guys to see how many of them lives under or close to one of these generators. And that's all I got to say.
Can I just make one quick comment?
Okay, quickly.
I have not lived under, I've been around them a lot, and I appreciate that. We have already told in the presentation, we're going to set money aside, and so don't trust me, don't trust the technician that comes to your house. Trust your county to evaluate it and take out of that fund to fix your problem. That was not done in the Diamond Vista project. But we know, we did it first, I think, because we know that the county's radio system is critically important. But we're not going to be making those decisions. The people who control the money from it.
I'd like to answer that. I was told the same thing you just said, that they would put boosters in so we would have this. We did not get it. So you can say whatever you want. You're down south. I'm talking north. We've already got it there. It's not your company. But I'm telling these people, I wouldn't believe a thing anybody said, and I worked 30 years with a gas company, and I know some facts. People, get it down in writing.
Okay, other comment? Your name, please.
Amy Stutzman. You'll have to excuse me for my voice. I'm a little bit hoarse after speaking to so many people this week. I have several concerns. Has anybody addressed public areas and setbacks? There is a cemetery on Mustang Road. My father, Don Stutzman, is the cemetery board member for the Catlin Cemetery. Has anybody even thought about the public area of cemeteries and what the setbacks should be for that? Also, as a landowner and a resident of a small parcel of land, according to the maps that I have seen of turbine placements, I'm going to be surrounded by 18 turbines within 1 mile of my property lines. Setbacks, even the new proposed ones, are not far enough. They need to be greater. The proposed, or the land non-participation agreements, I believe is what some of the terms are being used. Those were set at $100 a month period, and now they're saying they're going to raise them. What is the industry standard on those? It's X amount of dollars per unit within X amount of distance from a resident. It's not a flat rate. The industry standard is X amount of dollars per unit. So the lies and the manipulation to these people need to stop. You need to be open, honest, and transparent, which is what you preached Sunday in your meeting to your supporters. Also, as far as the television receptions and some of the other questions that have been brought forward, Sunday, these wind turbine individuals, in fact it was the CEO, made the statement that they'll come in and make sure they'll buy whole new systems for us if we lose our television. No. The manipulation needs to stop. The landowners need to speak up. We need to speak up. We need to, we have rights. I don't have but just barely 20 acres of land. My neighbor has 5 acres of land. It doesn't matter. I should have the same rights as my neighbor with 5 acres of land or as my neighbor with 1,000 acres of land when it comes to my personal property. The way the setbacks are written for our zoning right now, if the turbines go where they are placed, I will lose the right to enjoy my land as I see fit, because turbines will be placed 500 feet from my property line, even with the current setback, which would mean future building will be impaired also. Just think long and hard. Think about your neighbors. Can I make one more comment real quick?
Quickly.
Very quickly, very, very quickly. The proposed setbacks that they just made of removing, or not setbacks, but the proposed deal of removing from Mustang Road, these two gentlemen right here sitting behind me made the comment before this meeting about cut permits and how if they eliminate certain areas, they will not have, that you guys cannot rezone because of current and existing CUPs. So be very cautious on that also.
Okay, comment?
My name is Evan Yoder. Thank you, Mr. Hellspring, for your information. Appreciate that, getting all the stuff written down. Good information. And like anything, the facts that you want, we all can find to support what we are interested in. And going back and looking at all those, we have several questions about all the supposed things that can be caused by being in close proximity. But to get to my point real quick, I'm a fourth generation Marion County person. I've lived on that farm. I have a son that has elected to stay on that farm and a grandson who's the sixth generation on that farm over there north of Peabody. And every morning I drive to school in Hillsboro, and as soon as I get on the 13-mile road, I can see those turbines flashing up there past Tampa. And I have a son that lives in Dodge City. We drive out there, drive through a town called Spearville. Anybody seen Spearville lately? It is nothing but wind towers. And they obviously, I'm sure if you talk to the people in Spearville, they'll say, we love those wind towers. Spearville does not look, Ford County does not look like Marion County. Marion County is a beautiful county. I have chosen to live where we live because I like to look out across Randy Eitzen Field to the north, and that looks pretty doggone good. I like that field out there, and I like looking to the south, east, the west, and the north. I think we're at a crossroads now, and commissioners, you have a tough decision to make. We get money in Hillsboro from the wind towers up there, and I appreciate having that money in our school, but I can also tell you that we're educating our future generations to come back to these counties and do things that will bring more money back into these communities than wind towers that'll be there on the 8th and 9th generation of Yoders that live on that farm. I want something that they won't have to see, that they won't talk about generations down the road. Why did we do that? Why did I participate in that, give my okay on that? We can be more imaginative. These people up here with a tough task to do, what can we do to make an economic development in Marion County that won't have a permanent footprint like those towers? And I think we can do something along those lines. So my challenge to you guys is, let's take a break, take a deep breath, let's see what's out there before we take that step. It's going to be here for many generations. Thank you.
Another comment, please. State your name, please.
My name is Byron Lang, and for those of you that don't know me, probably the majority of you, I grew up in Hillsboro. I went to high school in Hillsboro, graduated from high school in Hillsboro. I stayed in Hillsboro, went to Tabor College. I graduated from Tabor College in 1981. In 1981, when I graduated, I looked around like a lot of our young people do, and I didn't see a lot of opportunity in this county. That was 35 years ago. So I went to work, started a career with FDIC as a bank examiner. And I wasn't always real popular doing that, and I may not still be popular in some circles. But it took me, I started out in western Kansas, started out as an examiner and was literally in every little town that had a bank. I've been in banks that had no plumbing and had outhouses and had rainbow bread screen doors on them. So it's been a pretty interesting career. It kept me very much in touch with the economy and with what's going on in the ag sector in Kansas. Several months ago, my wife and I bought a house and we moved back to Marion County. So we are now residents. During the last 35 years, though, that I lived outside of the county, I also became a landowner. I bought land because I thought it was a good investment, and I also inherited some land. And I also have some land in this footprint. I hope you don't think that the only reason that I'm expressing my opinion is because I'm in that footprint. This project is not going to make me or break me. So I do have an interest in what I would call the bigger picture, though. And that's something that I have not heard talked about. And I want to kind of address some of the things that I've heard and that I've read in the paper. Because I know what it's like to be an absentee landowner. And there were some comments made about absentee landowners. And I never considered myself to be an absentee landowner because even though I didn't live in the area, I was back almost every other weekend, sometimes every weekend. Spent a lot of time hunting and fishing in the area, and I always kept my, what was going, abreast of what was going on in the community, but I didn't have a vote. And that was frustrating, because there were things that happened that had an impact on me that I couldn't vote on. Absentee landowners are very important to this county for a number of reasons. The big thing is that they pay taxes. So they're paying for roads that they don't use, they pay for schools that their children don't attend, they pay for services that they'll never benefit from. So absentee landowners also keep the values, land values in this county strong. I was at an auction last week for some property by Lincolnville. And two of the strongest bidders on that land were one was from Texas, one was from Kansas City. It is good that people, outside people, still have an interest in our land. So, later in my career with FDIC, I transferred into our regional office, and I spent the last part of my career working with banks, primarily banks that were in trouble. And so I spent a lot of time, again, keeping track of the economy, but I learned the importance in that of how valuable good management is, the decisions of management, how valuable it is to plan for the future, and also just keeping the big picture in mind. And so there's some things I would like to talk about that I have not heard talked about, that to me are the big picture.
There's 1 minute left.
1 minute left?
Well, you have 5 minutes.
I'm sorry.
45 seconds.
Okay. First is the demographics of our county. We're declining. It's a trend that's not going to stop. We're declining at an average of 50 to 60 residents a year that are leaving. Okay? That's not going to change. The second is our economy, and it's been touched on briefly. In the last 4 years, commodities prices have declined 30 to 40%. Expenses keep going up. Land values are declining just because of that economy. All right? And my taxes keep going up. My taxes have gone up 20% in that same time frame. I just got my tax evaluation, as all landowners did. My taxes are going to go up again this year. What's the limit? What's the limit that as a community we can absorb? Every year as a county, we have a hole to fill because every year the expenses for roads, schools, everything else that the county is responsible for, every year that hole, we have a hole to fill because we have more expenses. We have very little retail business in this county. You drive down Main Street, every Main Street has vacant windows. Everybody in this room is guilty of taking your business to Costco, Walmart, Amazon, Best Buy, Home Depot, and taking your tax dollars and your business out of the county. That's not going to change. That's just reality. So we can't rely, our commissioners can't rely on retail tax income to fill those gaps that are coming in the next 20 years. So to cut this short, my question to the commissioners is we have a project that is viable, it's proven. I've been in other communities, I've been in other countries that have wind power and turbine farms amongst them. If you've been to the UK, to Ireland, Scotland, Britain, there's wind farms everywhere. And it's mandated by law that at least 25% of your electricity is generated by wind farms. If you don't think that kind of legislation isn't coming to the United States, you're kidding yourself. It's coming. My question to the commissioners, though, is these gentlemen have presented a plan. Like I said, it's a viable plan. It's a proven plan. I'm comfortable with talking with them from my business side that it's funded. They have adequate funding in place. They're not fly-by-night kind of people. But how are we going to keep filling, if we don't accept this project, how are we going to keep filling this hole? This county, the reality is there are not opportunities in this county. There are not, and Evan, I've known you for a long time. I love you. Bumped heads with you playing football. Anyway, I appreciate this sentiment. It's not reality. It just isn't. And we have to accept that. So my question for this commission is, if we don't accept this, how are we going to fill the hole of the continued expenses? I have not heard anybody say they're willing to accept less services or accept bad roads or accept or even close school districts. I haven't heard anybody say they're going to volunteer to pay more taxes. Nobody wants that. So we have a proposal for, from what I've been told, over the 20 years, is approximately $28 million that's just going to come to the county. That's not to landowners, that's not to anybody else. So I just want to voice my support for this project. I think it's good for the county, and I think it's a necessity. So thank you.
Comment? Ma'am, I think there was some.
Oh, sorry.
You take the turn.
Hello, I'm Nancy Thurr. Mr. Lang, I agree with you. And our grandchildren are 7th generation Tharps. And I do agree that somehow we have to be sustainable. And as you saw with my lengthy email, and I do apologize for not putting my name at the very top of the email, I would like to have my grandchildren to know that there's going to be some sustainability to help them to keep going. And no one could appreciate beauty in everything more than me. I love the beauty of the Flint Hills. I love the beauty in the birds. I love the beauty in everything. I am a stop and look at the beauty, stop and see the birds, stop and see it all. In fact, my family gets quite tired of it. But, as Mr. Lang was saying, we must be sustainable. And I was born and raised here. My husband was. My dad was from Elmdale. My husband's grandmother, Helen Bailey, she lived to 106 here. And do you know that our family, none of them complained about all of these changes. They didn't complain about these tall towers that were springing up everywhere. They didn't complain about anything. Do you know what they complained about the most? The price of postage. They didn't complain about all these other things. They knew these changes were coming. They knew that we needed to have things that would be sustainable. Well, we can tell as time goes on, if you were born and raised here, they can tell that Marion, the town of Marion, that you can tell, you can drive through, you can drive around, that things do change. And we have to change with them. It doesn't matter if you're in agriculture, it doesn't matter if you're in town, you have to change with them. And it doesn't matter if you're in Hillsborough, you read the paper, you see it, you have to say, in order to continue to live here, in order to work, live, and play here, we have to change along with the times. And we have to say, am I going to be changing with these times? Well, you have to decide, I'm going to sacrifice a few things in order to stay here. You have to do it. And I say that we're going to have to decide to do it because our taxes, as Mr. Lang said, our taxes go up, up, up. Well, pretty soon people do move away. As we've all noticed, people move away to get better jobs, higher paying jobs. Well, for those of us that do stay here, like our grandchildren being 7th generation Tharps, I mean, how high a taxes can we pay? I mean, I don't know what percentage of taxes that agriculture pays for in this county, but I can say agriculture cannot continue to pay high taxes. And I know that people out at the lake and these places that have their large homes, I know that people cannot afford to pay these high taxes. Pretty soon they must move. They can't, it's not sustainable. So yes, I do agree for this, for the wind farm. We have a business that wants to come here. They aren't asking to build a nuclear warhead. They're just asking to do what we know is coming. And we can say, we'll take on this clean energy. It's clean energy that we know is happening all around. If you voted for President Obama, that's all he said. If you're a Democrat and you're going to vote for whoever it is that's going to be running for the Democrat in 2020, well, they're going to say, hey, we want wind. Well, hey, these folks are saying we're going to help you build wind. Well, we can say we're going to get on board, or we can just fight it. I say let's do it. And it's not because they're pretty. It's because we need it and we need the money. Thank you very much. And thank you for coming.
Okay.
I'm Dawn Suderman, and I'm the wife of Joel Suderman. I would like to preface this by saying that I moved here 8 years ago from Chicago with two purposes in mind: to love my husband and to further the cause of agriculture. That is what I'm about. I work full-time at a financial services company, and I also am a paid blogger for our local co-op, besides helping out on the farm. I would like to review an email that I sent to all three commissioners last week. Diane, Kent, and Randy, I wanted to bring to your attention the information at the following link. This refers to the decline in farm income in the recent years and some insights regarding this information. And I put the link to the USDA site citing farm income, as well as a little bit of the forecast for 19 for farm income. How do we as farmers make up this loss of income? For many farmers and ranchers, having the wife work in town is a solution, but if this trend continues, it won't be enough. Especially with the tariffs in place, these lowered and declining farm income levels could go on for years. I think the wind farm would be an important boost to not only the farm economy, but also the county economy. I believe that working farmers look at the wind farm differently than do smaller landowners who own 5 to 10 acres. The smaller landowners don't have to derive their income from the land as larger landowners do. To working farmers, a wind farm is another income stream such as corn, soybeans, and beef cattle. To smaller landowners, they may feel the wind farm may compromise their country lifestyle. Their country lifestyle, so to speak, often involves a romanticized version of farm life, minus the less glamorous realities, such as the manure smell of livestock, big farm machinery going down the road early in the morning and late at night, and the fact that farmers and ranchers touch life and death more often than most people do in the way of livestock births and deaths and natural disasters such as drought and tornadoes. For some, the idea of living in the country is fuzzy and warm. But the fact of the matter is the population of the U.S. has almost doubled since the 1950s. What's the best way to provide for this growing population in terms of food and energy needs? This part of the objection is a clear case of not in my backyard, and I would challenge the opponents to describe what their ideal energy sources would be. It's so easy to state, but not this. It's much harder to come up with a new workable solution. The hard reality is that if people want to eat and enjoy all the other products that come from livestock and crops, they need to support farms. While wind turbines have their problems, they appear to be an overall responsible and viable endeavor. No, even with their sleek white lines, they're not the prettiest things to grace the horizon, but what is the solution otherwise?
Okay, thank you. Comment?
I'm Darrell Brewer. I own D&L Enterprise Custom Fencing. Me and my wife lived in Marion County all our lives. They refer to it as the other project. I had the fortune of working with RES, Renewable Energy Solutions, up north, building corners and gates for them. Very safe, conscientious outfit. The dollar figures that pumped into Tampa up there has got to be out of this world. That little gal that owned the restaurant did more business in 10 months than she'd ever do in 10 years. I don't agree with moratoriums, whatever Reno County is doing and McPherson County. It has nothing to do with Marion County. We need these dollars that these folks are going to come in here and build this thing in a year. They stay here, they live here for 10 months to a year. The dollar figure that comes in off these folks is astronomical. The Fuel, Tampa Co-op, Webster, Marion Auto, Midway Motors, they all benefited from RES. They had 300 crew trucks plus all the employees around here. Listen, folks, it's a lot of dollars. If we lose out on this, we ain't going to get them back. It ain't going to come back. The school district at Center, I think they benefited from Diamond Vista. The Tampa Fire District benefited from that. I don't see why we can't, down here in our southern end of it, benefit from it too. Thank you.
Okay, we got time for one or two more comments.
So I'm Mary Crabb, my husband is Sean Crabb, and we live at 1713 110th. That is that 5-acre plot a couple of folks have talked about. We are that small farmer. We are that little guy. We had to move to the country because I have, both myself and my son have a sensory integration disorder, making us hypersensitive to sound and touch. I couldn't keep a job in town. I couldn't do it. I couldn't deal with it. My livelihood, I keep bees. One thing, I know they've made mention of sound, they've made mention of noise. Nobody has asked the question, what about the 0 to 20 hertz infrasound that these things put off whenever they're running? Now, there are studies out there, yes, that say, oh, infrasound doesn't hurt people. It does hurt people who have sensitive it does hurt people who have problems with electrical current in their bodies. It does hurt people who have vertigo. It does affect people in certain ways. It affects the vestibular organs within the ear, which help you walk, keeps you going with your balance up straight. You know, so my question here is, what about the flicker, the audible sounds, and the infrasound? This is very personal here. You guys, you know, may not affect you. For me, it does. The gentleman said, well, the county's getting smaller. People are moving out. That might end up being an option for me. 5 acres, ooh-ah. But you know what? There goes our money. There goes our income. There goes any money we would put into this county. It's going to be gone. Real quick, I know he mentioned the World Health Organization and said that, well, this was a wrong quote. Actually, what I read was the World Health Organization states that individuals who are most vulnerable to the detrimental effects of infrasound and environmental noise created by these turbines are the very young, the elderly, and those with chronic health conditions.
My name is Jeremy Lowen. Was born and raised here in Marion County and still reside here today. National Renewable shared a map with us showing that they had 22,000 acres of land leased for these turbines. I think the other part of the picture that they didn't tell you is how many acres of non-participation is mixed into that map of 22,000 acres. So they also showed that they were going to cut the map off. They were not going to develop their wind project west of Mustang Road. That was not a gift. That's because that was not possible. Here's some statistics on that. They shared a map a week or two ago at a support meeting, and that map shows 80 wind turbines in this project. 40 of those, 50%, fall west of Pawnee Road. There's also 30 turbines that fall west of Pawnee Road that fall on non-participating land today. Those contracts are not under, that land for those turbines is not under contract. So the majority of their farm is projected west of the original footprint and the existing conditional use permits that started as windborne energy. Of that same area, 40% of the land by acres is non-participating landowners. 60% of the project falls in an area of 40% non-participation. I think that's our commissioner's responsibility to protect those 40%. I understand their support for wind turbines. There's also a significant voice against wind turbines, and it's up to our commissioners to hear both sides of that, but also to protect those people. So let's keep going with some more statistics. So take that area west of Pawnee. Take that from Pawnee to Kansas Road. That was the footprint proposed by National Renewable. 5 miles wide, 7 miles long north to south, from 140th to 70th. Basically from Olney southwest. Of the 35 square sections in that area, 4 sections, a total of 4 sections, do not have non-participating landowners in them. This wind project is being forced in an area with significant resistance because they're bound on the north by a no-fly zone. They're bound on the east by Highway 77 and a moratorium on the Flint Hills, and they're bound on the south by Highway 50 in that same moratorium. Of those 80 wind turbines, 12 of them fall within a 2-mile radius of Peabody, the city limits of Peabody. It's my understanding that the cities in Marion County have a significant voice of a 3-mile radius around their city. Is that correct? That's what I was indicated by Hillsborough City Council last week. So when you start to connect the dots, National Renewable is very concerned about us issuing a moratorium because they don't want us to take the time to step back and really evaluate this because it affects their bottom dollar. They don't care how it affects Marion County. They're doing this for financial reasons. That's all we've heard about is dollars. We don't live in Marion County because this is the best place to make money. We live in Marion County because we have other ties here. Our family is here. We grew up here. We want to be here. We've made sacrifices to be here. Let's keep going. We've heard a lot about how Marion County is struggling. I'll be honest with you. I'm 35 years old, and I think Marion County is ripe with opportunity. I'm looking at Evan Yoder right here. The elementary school in Hillsborough, Kansas is growing significantly. We're adding classes each and every year. Our class sizes are growing. Why is that? Because people like Stacy Jansen, people like Megan Heim, people are moving, young families are moving back to rural communities because we have things like fast internet. We have the ability to ship Amazon orders to our house in 2 days. Does some of that affect our local businesses? Yes, but it also brings us back to our roots, back to Marion County, back where we want to be. It allows us to work from home. We can hold jobs that were never available years ago. How many mechanical engineers live in Marion County but work outside of the county? There's a lot of them, and it's growing. It's a change. It's a shift. Marion County is drawing young families back. There's a reason for that, It's not because wind turbines. It's not because we're getting subsidies to be here. It's because we want to be here. It's because we want to take opportunities and grow them and make them our own and hand those down to the next generations to come. That's all I got. Well, before I go, the setbacks, the moratorium. My understanding on the moratorium was simply to allow ourselves time to figure out what is appropriate. Is that correct?
There's been a lot of legal advice to us since then. The moratorium gives you directions that you have to follow, so that's something that we have to watch.
Okay. So whether it's a moratorium or not a moratorium, I think it's in our best interest that Marion County drives this conversation with National Renewable and does not allow National Renewable Solutions to drive Marion County.
My name is Stacy Jansen, and I just want to reiterate some points that Jeremy made. This is my second grader, and I am not from Marion County. I married a Marion County boy, but I didn't meet him here. I'm from Wichita, and when I was traveled up here, visited his family that still lives here, I fell in love with this rural community. I'm a K-Stater too, and I love agriculture. I love everything that the country gives, and more than anything, I love the people here. I love the smaller towns, the slower pace, and I wanted my kids here. I've been nothing but thrilled with our school systems, with our neighbors, and all the people that we have met here. This building project is extremely concerning for me. I'm not here to make money, although we do make a lot of money. We actually moved here and still commuted to Wichita to work. That's an hour drive. But we made that sacrifice to be here in this county, and this is where we spend our dollars. And yes, we do use Amazon Prime, and I do love Costco. But I also love my local grocery store, and I love that Dale can get me anything he wants, anything that I need if I just ask him to. And all those things make the quality of life here right for young people to move back, and that is who we represent. I also am the department chair for business at Tabor College, and this year we added a new major, and it is called entrepreneurship. We also have an ag business major. Bringing those two together is really the key to what we're going to call sustainable living here in these rural communities. Another thing, wind energy is not sustainable. You might feel really great having the wind energy, like, oh, we're supporting wind. Wind cannot, it's not an on-demand energy. So the wind blows at night. That's when they generate a bunch of energy, but that's when we want it quiet. That's when we don't use the energy. Wind can never supplement our fossil fuels, our natural gas. It's a great supplement, but that's just it. It's a supplement. Do not be confused that it is going to replace and be the only energy we have. It is just not feasible. And there are people all over the world, governing bodies, that are saying enough is enough, no more wind. It's not good. We're not seeing the benefits. And I don't want to be one of the last counties that's doing this. I also have a master's degree in research. These facts that you're hearing can, like we heard, can be construed and presented any way that you want them to. That's the thing about research. This has been generated by National Renewable Solutions. It's not bipartisan research. It's not going to be all completely accurate. Some of the things that they said are just a little concerning. When they said it's not health, it's not noise, we just don't want to look at them. When they use words like you're jealous that your local neighbors are making more income than you, that reiterates to the point that they're really here only for money. And if we are making our choices based on a short-term economic gain for our community, again, we're ignoring those long-term benefits. They talked about land value. They only talked about participating, for people that are participating landowners, their land value. But like Jeremy said, that is a max at 40%, is that right? 40% of the people in this project are going to get any kind of benefit. The rest of us are left with hardly anything at all. And one last thing, I really would appreciate, maybe not the moratorium, maybe that's not the way to go if there are legal issues there that we are going to be concerned about. If we increase setbacks to protect people's health, to protect your quality of life, then National Renewables will be forced to deal with all landowners, make deals with everyone, and everyone, whether large or small, they can decide if they want to participate or not. Right now, the way the project is, we are ignoring half of the people, more than half the people. No, but they don't get a say at all. But if we increase those setbacks to where they have to come in and deal with every single farmer, make them a deal, give them what they call a good neighbor payment or whatever that is in this case, then nobody would be left out in the dark and ignored, and they would have the chance all on their own to say yes or no. Just to close, we live in Marion County because of the people. This has already divided our community, and I'm afraid if we let it go further, I'm afraid of what it's going to do to us in the long run. And I do want to maybe one last closing. Actually, no. Oh, wait, no, I do. I did print last night Article 16, which is sign regulations. This is from our Planning and Zoning Board. It is a 20-page document, and it says the reason that we have this document, again, this is billboards in the rural community, to ensure the visual quality of signs and preserve and promote aesthetic quality in Marion County, Kansas, to safeguard and enhance private investment and property values, to control public nuisances, and then to preserve and improve the appearance of the county through adherence to reasonable aesthetic principles in order to create an environment that is attractive to residents and non-residents who come, live, work, visit, or trade. It's a 20-page document. The WIN document that we have is 8. You can't be over 25 feet high for a billboard in the rural community, but we'll let you build a 600-foot high wind turbine with less regulations. And I feel like that is why we need to take an extra time to look at our planning and zoning regulations, realize that they are outdated, they are old, and they do not represent our up-and-coming new people that want to live in this county and invest in it. Thank you so much.
They're all, by the way, well, if you would like to go ahead and raise my property taxes, that's okay. Hey, bro, here, you've never heard me say that before.
State your name, please.
Yeah, my name's Randy Eitzen. I would live in the western, I would live in the western and southern part of this project. I probably am the one that stands the most to lose by not having wind turbines. Well, depending on which map I look at, I could have somewhere between 13 and 18 turbines, or possibly even more. One thing I'd really like to ask the people that are for this project, well, has anyone actually went to Minnesota or any place where this company does already have a project up and running? No, I guess not. If we're going to have something that's supposed to bring this much money into the community, is going to change the community this much, shouldn't we go to Minnesota? Shouldn't we go to New Mexico? See what the projects look like, number one. Number two, go around to the farmers, say, hey, do you think it's a good deal or a bad deal? I guess nobody's done with that. I would, but I'm not interested. I was hearing some talk earlier about,
well, we need this wind turbine project because agriculture's not good in Marion County. I wish somebody would have told me that 4 years ago, because in the last 4 years, I've doubled my size. I've doubled the size of my operation from approximately 5,000 to 10,000 acres. I wish somebody would have told me agriculture is good. I'm sure the 2 or 3 people that are going to speak after me would probably tell you the same thing, because we're basically in the only area, well, in the state where agriculture land values are actually going up, because we can't increase the size of our operations fast enough. I think there's plenty of opportunity here in Marion County right now. I mean, if anybody is looking for a job, I'm sure me or several of the other farmers would be more than happy to hire them. We can't find help. But I think if we try to keep the county looking nice like it is now, there'll be more people like Stacy come back into the county to where I could maybe hire some help. One other thing, they said they were going to try to lower the decibels to 50 decibels. Well, probably won't affect me that much. I don't hear very well anymore because I've been around 50 to 55 decibels too long. If you're around something all the time, it's not good. If you're only around at 6 to 12 hours a day, probably okay. But I'm going to have to be around all the time because I stay in Marion County. I don't go anyplace else, And I realize that you 3 county commissioners, soon to be 5 county commissioners, have a really hard deal ahead of you, partly because when the state all started, we didn't know what we know today. And I do feel sorry for you because I can see, because it looks to me right now you're going to get sued by 3 or 4 different sides. Probably from the first person, that spoke this morning, probably from the wind energy, probably from people around, down, it's going to be a bad deal. But I feel for you. Thank you very much, and good day.
We're going to cut this off with one more comment. We have another regular meeting to take care of. So this will be our last comment.
My name's Sean Crabb. Yes.
There's other people on the phone. They should be correct.
How many more people are really wanting to comment? We got 2? 3? Okay, we'll try to accommodate you. We can try to keep 5 minutes, please.
Mine will be pretty quick. So I'm Sean Crabb. Mary is my wife. We live on that 5-acre plot that's going to be surrounded by the 18 units. These gentlemen, I'm going to just go off of some of what they said. So they cited the World Health Organization, and again, not entirely accurately. The World Health Organization, with their infrasound, has stated that there are adverse birth outcomes on the sound from these turbines. There's adverse birth outcomes, annoyance, cardiovascular disease, cognitive impairment, effects on sleep, hearing impairment and tinnitus, metabolic outcomes, and quality of life, mental health, and well-being issues. Now, they also said they were going to lower the decibels to 50. The World Health Organization says these effects are above 45. So they're not even going to lower it to World Health Organization standards. Now, as far as like local businesses and stuff, the reason that, we shop local as much as we can, but when you use Amazon and Costco, it's because there's not a business in town that provides what you're looking for. And then one other thing that I really want to put out is you're talking about raising the stipend or whatever, $2,000 a year for having them there. I have 18 units. That, sir, is an insult.
Hello, my name is Steve Butts, and I have property here in Marion County and about 5 other counties, and I have the benefit in Hydro, Oklahoma of having a wind tower on my property. I bought into it and was very disappointed. There's only going to be a few people with properties here that's going to benefit. The majority of the benefit is going to be the guys with suits, and there's just a few here. I can tell you, it did not increase my property values, and the leases are so intimidating that you just don't get what they promise you. And by the time it gets there, of all the destruction that comes to your property, it's devastating. And I think of all the people here that, I'm in ag, and wished I hadn't have bought into the wind generator deal, and hope that the people here don't either. So I hope you commissioners can make a sensible decision and recognize who the voters are here and who put you in office. Thanks.
I'm Charles Rowan, and I'm just here to help on decide which way we want to go and that, do a few things. And I appreciate the Wing guys for coming up with a lot of things they've offered you in the last 30 days since we brought this up for money. That has changed for them a lot in the last month. And one thing too, I saw in the deal, they said, 1,820 feet from a non-participating landowner? Is that landowner? They did not say that, what it is on. So it's landowner and house, the way I read it. So, one thing, they're giving us some things. But you've got to believe in what they've done in the last 30 days. Thank you.
Was there one other? Okay.
My name is Colin Queering. My wife and I bought the property last summer, right outside of the footprint, so we would not be receiving any compensation, but we would still have to look at these towers. Just a couple comments for the gentleman who gave the presentation. Just because there's no evidence of the problem doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It could be a new problem that's come up. I do have a question if those books are going to be available for public to look at as well. Okay. The total for the decommissioning of the towers, was that the totals that had several $1 million, was that for all the towers or was that per tower?
$130,000 per tower.
Is there other financial security in that money, or would the county have a first lien type of position on that money?
The leases are for 30 years. The money's posted after 10 years. What the county does with it after that, you would think that it would probably double or triple over the next 20 years.
So there's no financial interest in that money as far as a creditor from your company? That would be totally in the county's hands, correct?
Right. At the end of 10 years, it goes into the county's hands and stays there until the project's ready for decommissioning.
Okay. What sort of hazmat materials are in those towers?
You're talking to somebody who's got a hair piggery. I mean,
Could you find
I
out?
have, so that they would understand that.
I know you had talked about that tower being valuable, but if there's hazmat materials in there, what sort of cost is there in decommissioning that?
That I'm not familiar with. I'm only reciting to you what I have been in.
Do you know if there are hazmat materials towers?
What they are exactly, other than oil and fuel, I'm not sure what they are.
Okay. And you moved the setback to 1,800 feet. Did that actually move the physical position of any towers, or was it already, the 1,800 already there? You just said, oh, we can call it 1,800 now.
No, we're going to have to adjust our footprint to make that work.
Okay. Will you sign pilot contracts with that money that you said? A pilot payment is a payment in lieu of taxes, because I understand that the towers are tax-free for 10 years. So a pilot payment is a payment in lieu of taxes that would be given to the schools. Would you be willing to sign contracts for those?
Absolutely.
To answer a couple other questions, my preferred energy is full every day and twice on Sunday, and 55 decibels was what it was, and you're going to lower it to 50. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you said 50 decibels is about like a conversation, correct?
Yeah, conversation.
Well, I don't like to go to bed with a conversation right next to me, so that's all I can say.
Okay, we appreciate both the input from, oh, Pat, did you have one comment?
Yeah, I'd just like to, sorry, I'll keep this very quick. First of all, let me say that I'd like to agree with 2 or 3, Jeremy and Randy Eisen, I think. First of all, I'd love to take you to all 7 of our footprints, let you talk to all the landowners, talk to people around our footprints. That video I was showing had 6 of our landowners in it, and we can show that to you at some stage. But no, I'd love to do that. I think that would be a good education, because wind farms become much more a part of the landscape the longer they're there. Secondly, turn to the commission, and this, I think, addresses Jeremy's questions. You could do a moratorium and study all kinds of ideas for a long time and not know what our footprint's going to look like. What I would suggest to you would be that we put a draft of our CUP together and bring that to your planning group and have them do an evaluation. And the reason I'm saying that is that we have made, I think, some positive steps for the county in terms of how this is going to be evaluated. We've got a lot of people in this room that are obviously interested because they're going to be in some proximity to it. Everybody should be able to see exactly how that works for their situation, and that's what our CUP would show them. So, and I think we're all very familiar, if then we move forward with the CUP, there would be at least one, and we're willing to have a couple meetings. Because, you know, these things don't get done without the right kind of review. And I respect every one of your comments today. I will say that I think a lot of them are proximity based. And I think once we get a footprint put together, we can, I think, lay a lot of questions in this group. And I think that would be helpful. So our suggestion is I think we could have a draft CUP to you in about 10 days. We'd want to make sure that it's something that we're comfortable with, get to you, spend some time with you to evaluate it. And if we can make some adjustments that you might see, right, we can make those adjustments. We'll talk about putting the securities in place that I think people are concerned about. They want to make sure that they can still run their cell phones and do those types of things. I agree with you. Don't trust me because, 14 months from now, it's probably not me you're calling, somebody else. And if somebody ever said, well, gee, this is progress, you got to live with it, they wouldn't work for me. I can tell you that right now. But we're suggesting instead of that, we put money on deposit with the county. They make the ultimate decision on how you spend that to fix the problem. So those are some of the things that I think we've suggested here there. We're changing some of the setbacks. We're taking turbines out of a very significant area. Let us come forward with that CUP, and we can evaluate it there. We know that there's at least one, and if necessary, we'd be willing to go through a couple public hearings as part of the process. So, thank you.
Thank you for everyone for their comments. Was there someone else that wanted to make a comment? Quickly.
As far as the changes that they've attempted to make with setbacks, as far as I'm concerned, those are still extremely insignificant. If you go to the Diamond Vista project to the north and you talk to someone like Lane Dick or Larry Cushenberry, those gentlemen have, Lane in particular, his testimony was shared at the Capitol building on House Bill 2273. And that is a House bill that didn't make it out of committee, because the committee felt like it was up to the counties in Kansas to determine where they stood with wind projects. Wanted to give them the flexibility to decide if they wanted strict setbacks or if they wanted to reduce those and make it easier for wind projects to come in. It didn't say anything about that those restrictions were too much. They said that's up to the county. So they basically gave us the power to implement those exact setbacks if it's our county's desire. So let me go back to Lane Dick's story. Lane Dick has 5 wind turbines between 1/2 mile and 3/4 of a mile from his property, from his home. And that is still extremely loud and uncomfortable, and it makes him very much not enjoy being outside on his property. So increasing the setback from 1/4 mile to 1,800 feet is nothing more than a slap in the face to you people who live in that wind project. I want you to think about that, to go up north and spend some time in that area. A lot of us have spent some time around wind projects, around wind farms, and no, a lot of us don't live in them yet, but we're smart enough to think for ourselves and not believe the wind project and the presentation and the data and the support that they put in front of you, because their biggest benefit is dollar signs, and that is their only argument to convince you to sign a lease with them. Are you in Marion County because this is the best place to make money, or are you in Marion County because you like it here the way it is?
Okay. Quickly.
My name is Glenn Lipke. It is unsettling that this does put brother against brother. It puts neighbor against neighbor. And I have several neighbors in this audience, and they know that my relationship with them is intact. I love them. We go to church together, or we fellowship together, or we wave at each other when we drive by each other's fields. And that is going to continue regardless of this decision, because relationships to me is far more important than the dollar in my pocket or the dollar in their pocket. I am opposed to this. It was concerning to me when the salesman came by, and his name was up on the board here before, trying to convince me, and he was in my living room 2 different times, and I gave him the courtesy of quite a bit of time. I didn't cuss at him. I'm not a cusser. I don't do that. We had a very civil conversation. But I was very, very concerned because of how it would change the whole culture of our county if we bow to this. The pitch is this neighbor and this neighbor and this neighbor have signed up. It's going to go through. If you don't sign up, you're going to miss out. They're all going to take a check to the bank, and you're going to be the one left out. That's a lot of pressure, because if I say I don't have a choice, number one, my freedom is in jeopardy. And if, in fact, that neighbor and that neighbor and that neighbor did sign up, and I'm the only one left out, it makes me feel a little bit like a fool. Why am I not capitalizing? I can use money just like everybody else. And I'm a farmer, and I know how that graph has declined over the years. I'm not terribly concerned about that, because I think we all live through ups and downs. We've made it through the 80s, and my parents and grandparents made it through the 30s. And we're going to make it through this one too. But it's going to be a challenge, and we have to weather it out. Then I go to those neighbors, X, Y, and Z, and I said, did you sign up? And he says, no, I didn't sign up. I go, whoa, that's a little disturbing to me. I had a neighbor come to me and say, I heard your dad Virgil is going to sign up. I said, what? Well, that's what he told me. I said, my dad is in no position to sign up. How did he? Well, he said, he talked to him, and he thought he was kind of open to the idea, and he thought he was going to sign up. I says, there's no way he's going to sign up. I think that's deceptive. I think that's unfortunate. As soon as we knew it was going west of Pawnee, where my parents' farm is on Mustang Road, as soon as I heard that, and a neighbor called me up and said, Glenn, what do you think about this? This was before Christmas. Says, what do you think about this wind farm? And I said, well, I'm certainly not in favor of it. He says, I'm certainly not either. I said, really? He says, no, I wish it would go away. I wish it would go away. 2 weeks later, I said, what's with the wind? Well, he says, we signed up. I said, you signed up? Yeah, because we were told that so-and-so signed up, and so-and-so signed up, and so-and-so signed up. That's why we signed up. Fundamentally, he's opposed to it, but he got talked into it. I think there's a lot of ground that's in that shaded area of people who signed up who fundamentally are not in favor of it. And I don't think we've seen that statistic. I think it's an important one. Let me just end with a parable. The parable of the little boy that goes to his dad. He says, Dad, see those structures out there? They're not turning. Nothing's happened. We've farmed around them for years. And we've got to negotiate our equipment, and the crop dusters have to charge us an extra premium to fly around them, if they're willing to fly around them. And why do we have to put up with those? And the father looks at the son and he said, you see that rusty pickup out there in the hedgerow of the pasture? That's rusted down. It's got a pack rat nest under the hood. And the kid says, yeah, I like to go in there, and I open the door and I play in that old rusty pickup. Well, son, that was your grandfather's pickup. And he got talked into this wind farm. And he got some nice money in the bank on account of that. And he's always wanted a really nice new pickup. He took that money and he went to the bank, or he went to the dealership rather, and he bought him a really nice slick pickup. And he drove that thing around, and he was just the pride of it, and he was so excited about that. He said, after so many years, that pickup started going downhill, and just like all the other pickups that are in the hedgerow out there from generations past, that pickup finally just gave up. And of course, grandfather, he's been gone lots of years already. And the pickup's sitting there, it's rusted out, got a pack rat nest under the hood like the rest of them. And you and I are left here farming around these structures and putting up with what we had to put up with. That's the purpose. Thank you.
Okay, we thank all of you for your comments and information, all of you for coming out. At this time, we're going to recess for 15 minutes to go back to the board commission room to take care of the rest of our business. We will be taking all of this under advisement and acting soon. Thank you.
Okay. Cow Valley couldn't be here this morning, but they sent a change order for the doors. You to decide whether you want to do it or not.
For the roll-up.
Yeah, going from the roll-up to the sectional.
Yeah.
Doors, they have. Yeah. Tina, I don't have one for everybody. That's just the general information of why they want to do it. Why the contractor would feel like it. Here's the change order itself that needs to be signed if you decide to do it. And Tina, I was informed this morning by Cobb Valley that they need the original back. So After it's signed, you get your copy, give me the original, I'll mail it to them. After I scan it and send them a copy, because they need to get everything out to, that's just what they told me.
Okay, okay.
If it happens, if they go with it.
Okay.
Randy told me that, you know, this is the reason why the contract, you know, the bidder, the contractor, wants to change, is to get everything, and on the second page, it shows that they've moved the one heat tube to the west further to make room for the door overhead, and showed the deduct in the cost of $620 for putting the overhead sectional door instead of the roll up, and then provided some information about the doors, that the sectional overhead door would be a 17.5 R value, where the coiling door would be an R6 value, so it'd be a little bit better for insulating purposes to do that. Squaw Valley does not recommend or does not endorse the changes, but like Randy Purdue said, that's entirely up to you guys, whether you want to do it or not.
But you recommended it for your purposes, it would be better.
Yeah, it would be better to have the sectional door. They work so much easier for us. If the electricity goes out and stuff, you know, it's easier to do one of those than.
Okay, so we do have in front of, I have in front of me a change order number 00430, changing from roll-up door to sectional, which changes the contract price. It decreases it by $620. The new contract price with the change order then will be $293,532. So I'd make a motion to approve that change order.
Second.
So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, now, I did get some more bids on the tree shears that I was talking to you about last week, using to cut the tires, because we were running out of places to take our tires and stuff, so.
What's going on with El Dorado?
Where we take the tires, Butler County will take our tires to
Right.
landfill, as long as they're cut in the quarters.
And it used to be the slides.
It used to be big,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah. No, they require that everything gets quartered up, and the bigger tires.
Thank you.
Yes. Now, the top one is the one I brought in last week. That's the single cutter, you know. The Dymax is built especially for tires. The one there, because I contacted them to see, and they said to let them check with their engineer guy, and this came out, and it's made especially for cutting tires, not a tree shear. It's about skid steer mounted and stuff. And then White Star, we have one down there that we're using right now to try it out, and it's the used one, and you see they're asking the first two, the one from Stillwell Sales and Dymax, each come with a 1-year warranty. And the new unit of the 16 is, of course, it has warranty, but the used one we're trying out, they're asking the $97.5 for it. There's a lot of work that needs to be done on that one if we were to use it. I wouldn't recommend accepting that one.
What are we charging for tires, Bud?
It depends on which one. Car tires are $2 a piece. The motor graded tires, we're getting rid of them now for $10 a piece. It dropped immensely from when we were.
Well, wait a minute. What are we charging when people's bringing them in? The $10 is what we have to pay to get rid of our grader tires, correct? To the landfill?
Yes. Yes, and that's what we're charging. That's what it has always been since I've been here, is, you know, whatever it costs to get rid of them, that's what we would charge. If that what needs to be changed.
Well, I mean-
So we're just charging what we have to pay.
Right.
But that's without doing any work to them, almost. I mean,
Yeah.
that's.
Well, I mean, you're adding another step here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, the thing of it is, our outlet is disappearing, and I've checked 4 or 5 different places. I went with KDHE and asked them if I needed to get a permit to haul the tires to a different place that would store the tires, and they told me that 2 of the places I wanted to go could not accept any more tires because they were full, and they wouldn't allow me to haul the tires there. So I made a phone call over to Emporia, over to Lyon County, and he couldn't take my tires because he doesn't even have enough room for his tires. So basically, we're running out of places to take the tires, and we can't keep them stacked anywhere.
Without cutting them.
Without cutting them. And like I said last week, in 2016, we spent $1,766 to get rid of them. 2017, we spent $3,500 to get rid of them. 2018, we spent about $2,300. So that's total in 3 years about $7,500.
How many tires are having?
It depends. Whenever they come.
Okay, you
You
don't
know,
know.
I don't have that information on how many there
So
was.
do we need to be considering raising the price on those to?
So if we do that, then we're gonna be picking them up out of the ditch.
Yeah, so we don't wanna get to the point where they're all in the ditch and everywhere else.
We're doing pretty good right now by not having very many reported to us about coming in, you know. We do have the orphan tire program that the state reimburses us as long as there's money there, and so far they've been able to reimburse us every time we turn in. And that's if a city brings in tires, the Corps engineer picked up tires around the reservoir, those were classified as orphan tires, and I got to send a bill into the state, and they reimbursed us for the tires, what it costs to get rid of them, and that's whatever we turn into them, you know, the time to do it and stuff, so.
We just don't wanna get to a point, I don't think, where we're losing money, cause
No.
we're losing money on recycling now.
Yeah. So, you know, it's just, we need to decide. I've done everything I can to find out if I can take them someplace else. If we go back to Concordia, then the price of a motor grader tire is gonna go back to up to $140 to get rid of it. And car tires are more than the $2 a piece, and they just, I mean, it's bad. You gotta pay to get rid of them, but they take and grind them up and sell the grindings.
So where are our cut tires going, about straight down to El Dorado?
Yeah, we would haul them straight down to the landfill, and it would be the same price as what we pay for our MSW. $37 a ton to get rid of
The 16-inch unit, will it cut a grader tire?
it.
Is that what that is, 16-inch cutter or something?
Yeah, that's what it is. That's the one we're doing. We didn't have a grader tire to try, and this unit that we're trying, it cut the car tires great, but it's out of line. It's a double blade system. It's out of line and everything.
Yeah. Using one.
That used one, yeah. I contacted both the people from the Stillwell Sales and Dymax, and the guy at Stillwell Sales said he has a lot of guys that are cutting tires with the one that he sells, you know, and he said nobody's said anything wrong with them. He said even if you want to go on YouTube, he says they even have a video showing tires being cut by that same brand, the one that he sells. And we had watched it, you know, beforehand.
So that unit will cut the big tires too?
It should. I'm sorry, but I don't know if it will. You know, it may have to be a cut sidewall, you know, it may not open up wide enough to get a motor grader tire, but you can work at it, you know. I know it's going to be a little bit of work to do this, but if we stay, you know, if we stay on it, we aren't going to have a problem. And get a system down, you know, to do it. I mean, it's either that or we want to go back again, you know, and spend $40,000 on the tire shear itself, you know. I'm just trying to figure out which course of action we need to take, because if we can't get, the tires are going to keep coming in, no matter what we do, you know. We have to get rid of them. So,
I think we need to do it as economically as we can without having to raise what we're charging.
Right.
I mean, we still want to encourage people to bring them in.
Yes, you know, and if it's a possibility, I know you know, it's a two-man operation with the skid steer, because you gotta have one guy in the seat running the controls. So then you'd have another guy out there putting the tire into the shear and standing back and then chopping it and then
On
turning
any
it.
of them?
Huh?
On any of them? Any of these units?
Yeah, on any of these units, it would have to be, because it's hooked to the front of the skid steer, and so you have to be in the seat to operate the hydraulics.
Oh, these,
These mount on the front of the skid steer. So, yeah. That's,
sorry, I'm in the.
I know what you're, you know,
It's
I'm
kind of
sorry,
a-
I should have.
It kind of amazes me that the unit that is a third of what the others are can do what you say it's gonna do.
Right.
And if it can, I guess that's great.
Yeah. So, I mean,
That's what you're recommending.
I'd recommend it, yes, because we need to do something to keep this tire problem under control, you know, because at one time, there was a good pile of tires down there at the transfer station, and we got inspected, and it was not a violation, but it was a concern of KDHE, and that's when we got the bin to put the tires in so we could haul them, and that's when I found the other place to take the tires, but that place is gonna be going out of business under whatever.
So if we buy one of those, there's gonna be times it's not being used. Can Road and Bridge borrow it?
This should be able to, yeah. I mean,
They've got a,
They've got one, but I mean,
yeah, they've got one, but if you need two.
that's what
see,
I
this, the one, now the one from Dymax, it's strictly for tires. It wouldn't be for seats. The Stillwell, it can swivel. It can swivel so you can cut this way, we swivel it up, which is how we would use it, and cut this way. So,
it just appears to me that we've got a lot of tree cutting to do.
Oh, yeah, I'm not gonna argue that.
That can be utilized both places.
I mean, it's,
Makes it a better
yeah,
investment.
I don't have a problem with that, you know, as long as, when I would need it to cut
Right.
tires, you know, it could come back with me, you know, if they're out doing a project or something, I'd work with them on it, that's for sure. You know, and that would cut a pretty good tree, you know, 12 inches, so.
None of us have seen these, Bud, in
Yeah.
action or anything, have you? Are the others, I mean, any of the others that's here on, or have you seen all of these in action?
I've seen, just on the film, the still one, the top one. And then we are using the used one right now. They brought it down for us to use to try. And we were chopping up a lot of our tires last week when we could get out and do it. And then it started getting sloppy, and so we had to move them inside the shop so we could get out of the slop. And the guys got probably half of our tires cut. It did a car tire real well. The used one we're using, we had to make an adapter because it was out of whack, and when you do a tire, it would be like no pair of scissors, you know. It
Slide
goes,
up on it.
so we built a bracket to put on the one cutting edge, so we're just cutting right against the solid, and that's how the top one would work. It's going right next to a solid, which is exactly how the tire shear is built, you know, with the table. It's got it, and they're operating on about 3,500 pounds of pressure, so it.
So would this still, could they give us some kind of a short-term agreement that we check it out right away and make sure it's doing what it's supposed to do? I mean, I hate to buy one and then, it's not gonna work.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah, I understand. What you're saying. I can ask them, that's all I can do is ask them to see if we could do that, so, yeah.
Otherwise, it's gonna end up being road and bridge equipment and we'll have to look for another one.
well, that's what I'm wondering, what's caused this $9,700 one that we're using right now, if it's out of whack, and what's gonna I don't know what caused it, whether they used it on trees.
They were cutting trees.
Cutting trees and
It
got it out of whack.
was their rental one, and
Oh, the rental.
anybody has been using it, you know,
Okay.
so who knows who's been prying and not working it right, you know, it's supposed to, the bits are supposed to, the cutting edges are supposed to match up, and like I said, on the outside of one's half inch or so higher than the other ones, so. And we weren't gonna do anything, and they were dull. We could cut tires, the truck tires with them, which would be the same as a motor grader tire, what we have down there, but they were just so dull that they weren't doing it, and we weren't gonna do any work to it because it was not our machine. you know, I wasn't gonna touch it, so.
What, if you and I, when you and I went to, over east,
Yeah.
somewhere, where,
Emporia, I think.
no, it wasn't there.
Osage
Morris
County?
County, when we went there, they had a tire cutter, didn't they?
Yeah, they've got two of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is a machine
Yes.
that you bring the tire to,
Yes.
bring it up and you put it on a machine and you pull, I mean, I think it was a
Yeah.
chop saw type deal. What does those machines cost?
I haven't even found one like that anymore. I don't even know if they make them. The only ones I can find is the hydraulically shear ones.
Hydraulic shears?
Yeah, it's the only ones I can find when I look up, you know. I don't know if the other ones were dangerous.
Could have been,
You know, It might be an OSHA thing, I don't know. But these are the only ones I can find. So, I just wanted to bring it to you because, it's something we need to address fairly soon, because if we start getting a lot of tires in when the weather breaks, you know, we're gonna get overrun and I have nowhere to take them.
Commissioner, I guess my point, and you can vote against me and do whatever you want, I don't care. I'd like to see the price of the machine, the hydraulic that we go, that's mounted, you take the tires to and go right to it.
Right.
That's, one guy can kill a lot of car tires, not the big tires, I'm not gonna say I can do that, but I want it to be able to handle the greater tires. If it's a mounted machine, I just see what kind of price it is before we spend 11,000 or 23,000. I don't know, that's just my idea.
So that's a whole different kind of machine?
Yeah, it's a whole
It's a
different machine.
self-contained
It's
machine.
nothing to do with the
Skid steer.
skid steer. It's just a mounted machine that you bring tires, set it up on there, and either trip a lever or do something. Maybe you
Yeah,
could have a
it
guard.
has,
on it. I don't know.
it has a lever that picks the tire up, puts it up on the trailer, and then you can, one guy can operate it for up to the size of truck tires, because he can handle it, but a motor grader tire, he'd have to have help turning those to cut them. But, yeah, I can get a
So
price.
this price is good for 30 days?
Yeah.
Well, does that give you time to?
Oh, yeah, I can get a price this afternoon yet, but
Okay.
I'll get it back to you next
Okay.
week, okay, I can do that. The other thing I got, last week we approved the chemical bid, and one of the reps for one of the chemical companies has given me a hard time about it. He said it was done unfair. He didn't get the chemical he wanted because the ones he got don't pay as much profit for him as what the one we awarded to the other chemical companies. So, you know, we're saving $453 by splitting the bids. I just wondered if, I haven't ordered anything yet. I just told everybody what was going on, you know, what they had gotten. We had our spring weed conference last week to get our continuous education hours and stuff, and we were at that. And the gentleman even ignored me when I was at the conference. He saw me about 4 or 5 times in the hallway. I walked right past him and he never even acknowledged me. But anyway, I was just wondering if there was any way that we could just take that back and just award the other company the whole total bid and not even do them, and then next time I'll look for a different supplier. Because he did the same thing to me last year, and I finally got him convinced, but this time I spent almost all Monday afternoon last week just arguing. I didn't argue with him, I just told him this is how the commission did it, and he said, well, they didn't do it right. You can't do it that way. And I said, they did it that way. So I just wondered if we could do that, or if we have to stay with what we decided.
That's changing the process, because we've always bid those out separately.
Mm-hmm. I guess before I came here, they did do total bid. I don't know, did you, Randy? That's what, I can't,
When
I know.
Alan was here, they did it as total bid, but then he switched it
Right.
when he was still here to doing by spec, because
Yes.
Would it be foolish for us not to try to save money?
Right.
And for them to tell us how to do it.
Yeah. See, I mean, if we honor it this year, that's fine. Next year, I'm not going to include this company anymore in any of my bids. If I need to get any more chemicals throughout the year, I'm not going to include them anymore. I mean,
well, they have the option bid or not. I mean,
yeah.
do you have other options that you can contact? I mean,
Yeah,
we only had 2 bidders.
Yeah, that's all I can ever get, because the other 2 are supplied by the ones who get the bids, you know.
Well, I guess we'll have to let him make the choice.
Yeah.
We're gonna continue to do the way we do it, and if
Yeah.
he chooses not to do that, that would be up to him.
Right.
It would be my opinion,
Right.
you know.
I'm not in favor of changing it.
Okay. I just wanted you to be aware of what was being said and what was going on. So
Okay.
I'm good with it. You're good with it. So.
Thank you, bud.
Okay, that's all I got. Unless you got something for me.
Is Isaac here?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well,
You were here for that
Yeah.
road access discussion.
Okay. Yes. So, I guess we'll go ahead then with the commission discussion on the road access policy. I don't know if Jesse wanted to.
He was here, but I don't know if he.
We might get him up here, but we can go ahead and get started.
Before we go on to that, can we go ahead and alter a little bit? I would like to talk a little bit about the discussion this morning on the wind towers.
Well,
I don't wanna just drop it, and there's some people here that, I mean, we're late anyway.
yeah,
but-
well, we can get to that, but that's the next item on the agenda, so let's address it. I think we said last week we wanted to nail that down. So, of course, in our discussion last week, Mr. Nelson was with us in regards to his building project, and then we kind of reiterated to you what has been the road and bridge policy in the past. I do know myself, my feeling is I do not want to stymie any kind of development where someone would be wanting to build a new home and need gravel to get to it. Yours is a little bit unique in that maybe it's a greater distance than what we've dealt with in the past. There's been some.
How far is it?
Almost a mile.
Mile, we've had halves before, we've had half mile, 3/4.
Well, we did that mile up north to accommodate the school, that 1 mile, remember Jesse, just last year, I think it was, we did 1 mile.
For-
So the school bus doesn't have to go all the way around, the school, I think.
School
the
route,
clerk should.
school bus route.
Bus route.
Bus route, well,
This
yeah,
is a bus
this is to
route,
build a
too.
new house, correct?
Well, yes, I am thinking about building out there and have been going through zoning and planning, but this was brought up that I have to have a bid through it, and it's been $10,000 for me to gravel. It's a road that should be gravelled anyways for the school bus route out there. There's 5 different families in that area, and the school bus, when it's wet, they have to go probably out 5 miles to go back around just to get a half mile down the road from Parchman's to Enzies.
I guess I misunderstood, because I didn't know you were just thinking about building, I thought you were actually planning on building.
Well, I'm planning on building. This is
Do
going
you
to be
know
a big
when?
factor to me.
I mean,
I'd like
soon?
to build the end of this month.
Have we ever had a request from the school district to rock that, to bring that down to lower? I'm surprised they haven't.
I mean, Mr. Tharp, Blair Tharp, has talked to Mr. Dalkey
On
about.
170th?
Yep.
On 170th, he's talked to me about that,
Mhm.
but
That's
not
the
in
road.
relationship,
That's-
not in
No,
relationship
it's the
to-
same road.
Okay, but
that
not
they
in
use.
relationship to a house.
No.
Oh, he just wanted, that's when I brought up 170th here at the commission meeting. John Siebert was sitting here, and I said, what about 170th? There's 4 miles or so.
I kinda remember
Yeah, there's
that,
4
yeah.
miles between Florence, I think, and
5
then
miles, yeah.
4 or 5 miles that you can't cut across. 170th comes into the county lake, right? Well, it's just
Straight
right here.
across.
Right there's a section right there. That's, well, 4 or 5, yeah, 4 or 5 miles here, and then 170th comes into here. So where you want to build at?
Right there on 170th and Xavier.
170th and Xavier.
I
Right
could
here,
go
right here, right in my
910.
finger.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right on my finger.
So Jesse, is
Yeah,
there a
it's
shorter way if he comes in the other way? Is that a short, or is there not? No other way?
Not the shortest way.
That'd be the shortest way to rock, another rock road.
Okay.
That's the cheapest way that you can get. I mean, because there's 3, like Jesse was saying last time, there's 3 dirt roads right there.
Dick McClendon lives here at this house.
Yes, sir.
And then from his house, it's rock the rest of the way. And that's what I was asking about, due to there's so long of a stretch here, if we could take a look at it or something. And the others seem to think they go up, clear up to 190th, you can come into Marion. Yeah. So that's, 180 is dirt, correct? 180 is dirt, yeah.
This is what, this is 170th here,
Yeah.
so
It's
the red indicates the rock.
Yeah.
So there's 1 mile. there's little, you know, that the little tenth of a mile there is rock, but then you have the 9/10 plus more, the whole mile going further east. So I think what Randy was saying, someone had contacted him a few months back about how there's not a lot getting to the highway, you know.
170 is the first one you can go clear back to the highway. Yeah.
So
Just in what we've set in policy, and they probably said that last week, is we rebuild the road, get it up in shape, and then you pay for the rock to go that first mile, but we take care of it after that. And for a mile, I mean, so that's.
I mean, that's like paying double taxes. You're coming in, you're getting more taxes for somebody coming in that's putting up a new house. You're gonna get all those taxes. You have taxes there for milling that's for roads anyways, and then you're having to pay $10,000 to get there. I mean, for me to do it, that's what I'm having to pay. It's coming to my corner. You're not graveling the whole road all the way through. I just spent $10,000 on that road right in front of me, and then you got the other half mile that's going to be carrying because Scott Peterson, Thomas, I mean, there's everybody out there that uses that road. And it's going to bring back right on it, and it's going to be right back where I was the only one paying it because I was building out there.
He lives on one side of the section, comes all the way up to 170, goes across to the other side of the section, and goes back into his feedlot. Is what you're talking about, I think.
Yeah.
And
and there's a lot of people that use it. There'd be a lot more people that would use it if it was in better. It's a road that's just gone unmaintained for 20 years. I mean, I know that I'm saying a new build and everything, but it is a deciding factor if I build out there or not. That even if I buy the property, you have to, if I don't build out there, I go and build somewhere else, you still have to provide access to that property, don't you?
Yeah, but it could be in the form of minimum maintenance.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a rock road.
But it's not a minimum maintenance road and never has been.
Well, it doesn't matter. It could just be a dirt road.
Yeah.
But there's lots of farmers that are faced with that same thing.
Same way with feedlots. I mean, we get that question where they want to build back to their feedlot and stuff, where they're the only ones that use it. And this is the same principle. I mean,
I know, but it's not just me that's going to use it. But I guarantee you the traffic on that road will double, if not triple, if you gravel that. The bus route and then all the people around it use it as their main road. It's easier access for McClendon's, Chuck McClendon, Cody Nelson, my brother that lives all the way another 3 miles out there, the Petersons, Enzies, I mean Tharps, they all use that.
I know Blaine Tharp was the one that asked me to speak about it, and just because he likes to, I think he cuts across the country to get to his other farm or something.
He has a piece of property right next to the one that I'm thinking about buying.
So that's what we've done. I'm not saying that's gospel, but that's what we've done because try to make it fair for everybody, and then we maintain it after that. And
we've done that. How many people now, just in the last 2 years or so, that have paid? That other people are using the road now too that they paid for. But to get it done, that's the sacrifice they made, and that's the policy. So I don't know how we can do something different now with somebody else.
Well,
we'd have to change policy.
Yeah,
Well,
that's for sure.
and if we change the policy, then would we reimburse those people that we charged to? I mean, because it just doesn't seem fair that just last year we built several roads and people paid a lot of money. So
You're not compelled,
now,
but
actually, he brought up a very good point last time that if the $10,000 up front is the problem, we can actually do like they do in cities and stuff like that, and just
As a benefit district.
Yes,
Use it.
exactly, and then it could be a
Special.
tax to the tax, on his taxes, you know, and we could enforce that policy, which would ease the pay of some people.
I'd be willing to do that. What you're saying is, if you buy the property, put the foundation in, then that way we know you're gonna be there. I wouldn't vote for it if it was before, he'd have to have the house going up or something before we build that road.
The only thing that I ask for is have the money in hand before we do any work. That's what everyone else has done, is paid before any, before we did any work.
I agree with that, Jesse, but what Diane's asking is something that we could make out an agreement with and work with. If it's legal, by our legal counsel, to do that, to put it on taxes, if it's 10,000, spread it 5 years, I don't know.
However you'd have
4
to do
years,
it,
I don't know.
that's a huge tax increase over 5 years. But then we'd have to do that, that'd be a policy that we'd have to use
We'd
going
have to
forward.
do that by policy.
Yeah, not
Did
just
you have a
for this
comment,
case.
Sharon?
I'm just trying to think about how we would track that, because currently we can't issue a building permit until I have receipt from Road and Ridge.
Yeah.
But we don't issue building permits on foundations.
That's interesting.
Well, would there be a way of some type of notice that specials are going to be assessed?
Yeah.
I mean, it would have to be a document for you to work from the planning and zoning side. I don't know if that's a huge issue. It'd be a legal draft of some kind.
It's based upon a petition by property owner, and we would generate a benefit district. All of that can be done.
You know, I don't know, I just wanna kind of ponder on that a little bit, that gets, golly. Seems like every time somebody does a road, there's always a unique situation.
But if you look at it from the other side, it may encourage people that have thought about building to go ahead if they know that they can pay this over a period of time rather than I gotta give
But then
it
if you do the assessment, is other people then gonna wanna would he wanna split that up to other people that
That's what I was about
are we
to
gonna
tell you.
start to get into that?
You'll get into a benefit district that's a little larger, because you're gonna spread that cost, it just won't be his. As he's saying, there are others that use that roadway. And I'm gonna have to look at that a bit. Usually it's lineal frontage, but it doesn't have to be. There are certain ways that you can assess those who are regularly using that, and it's their primary ingress egress. So we have some ability to create a broader scope area for spreading that cost.
Because like in a new development, I mean,
Yep.
even
So
though
exactly the
those
same
residents
principle.
are all paying specials, that doesn't mean the trash man and everybody else can't drive down.
But it's not the
His
same.
neighbor would have to pay across the road.
Just a minute,
And
Ben.
would it be the property, everybody pays for their property from it? I mean,
Yeah, it's assessed 3 different ways statutorily. The easiest one is lineal frontage. And it's based on pro rata for number of running feet of what you own and the next door neighbor and so on and so on. And then it becomes a matter of, okay, how far does that go? How big do I make that? And an element of that gets into some engineering, but
And the next problem
it
we
would
run,
ease the pain some.
next problem we run into is you build your house here and there's 4 different ways to go from your house in this corner, and you wanna go east or you wanna go west.
well, I mean,
And
I don't,
I'm
it's
just
a
saying.
flood, go ahead.
The next guy wants to go north, and the next guy wants to go west or
That's right,
east,
into that
whichever.
issue, yeah.
And that, in our decisions out here, it's pretty tough because we have to either fall back to bus routes
You know,
or something like that
I mean, it
in
is
order
a
to get
bus
people
route.
out. Because there's 4 directions that from your house, maybe even go up to the corner and turn the corner and go another way. or
Well,
something.
that one is one.
Yeah.
That's all I want.
Yeah.
It's
So-
one.
Yeah, and it's a mile either way from the location that you've got, is what you're telling me,
Yeah.
to get out.
I'm not too sure if we wanna get into that after thinking about it for a minute, would we?
Are you thinking about Scottsville property? Is that who you-
It's very
Scottsville
commonly
or something?
used. I guess we
No,
have to look
it's
at all
right
the
beside it.
factors.
Right beside.
And right
Harold
now, I
Words
know
is
just
old
enough to
place.
be able to comment on the fact that it's a possibility. And then how equitable it would be is another matter. So, I do know that if you can do it as a benefit district and spread that over those users who are gonna benefit, generally you're gonna reduce the cost per user somewhat, obviously, if it's financial math of it.
But then what happens, if we do that, and he's the only one using it for now, and 3 or 4 years down the road, 3 years down the road, somebody comes in, is he gonna want a little bit of a reimbursement for the,
I don't-
the
No, the
back
benefit
or anything
district
like
is
that?
created at the time.
So there would be
Assesses-
no reimbursement from back.
No, it would be assessing the various properties now based upon the defined area that's part of that district.
So we need to make a benefit area of the whole county. Otherwise, we're gonna be doing it all the
Yeah,
time.
we're gonna have to, it's gotta be,
I wouldn't say all the time, but with
Yeah.
some frequency, yeah.
But what if John Doe, the farmer on the other side of the road, says, well, I don't need to go down there, I don't.
It's no different than in town. You know, we get people going, I'm perfectly happy with a dusty road.
Yeah.
And the other people are coming in and petitioning along that live next to him, and the neighbor says, no, I'm not. And you get 50% of them, and then suddenly everybody's gonna get assessed.
but then on the same token, Randy, what you're saying is you're gonna have farmers and stuff like right now, they don't have to come up with this lump sum. It can be assessed onto their taxes, so
Right.
I think you're gonna increase the number of people who are gonna want the same benefit, maybe. I mean, maybe.
I just
I
think
mean, I don't care, but I'm
we need to come up with some plan that doesn't stymie the guy that, you know, needs a mile rock.
Yeah.
You know, a
And
lot
we
of
have
times we have people that, you know, we're only doing maybe an eighth of a mile or less because they wanna get out there closer to the gravel. You know, in your case, you can't really do that and build where you want.
I guess, sorry to interrupt, what you're saying, why is ours different than like the neighboring counties? Like she said, Morris County, they provide it.
Well,
That gravel,
the
rock.
county has their right to, you know,
I
set
mean-
their deals, you know.
What was
It's kinda hard to compare us with Morris County because of just demographics and geography and all those things that goes into saying this is what our policy is.
in Chase County, I mean, they don't.
But that, you can apply that to any subject matter at any time.
Why is the mill levy different?
Yeah.
And it's the same thing.
Yeah.
And that depends on what they've got available to them.
Or would it be feasible to come up with some type of policy that, where the county will provide X number of dollars of credit if you plan on building on a dirt road that's more than a half a mile away from gravel? I don't know,
That's been
just
brought
trying to be
up- That's
what.
been brought up before, Kent, what you're
Hey,
talking about,
Chris.
it has been something like that,
You know, I'm just saying, okay, Corey,
That's
we're
what I
gonna
would
go
think.
ahead and, we're gonna rock that and give you, I'm just gonna use a figure, $2,500 credit. You know, you still got a lot of money coming out of pocket.
What, like a tax abatement or something for building a home or something, is that what you're saying?
Well, it's not really a tax abatement, it would be a credit towards the amount of rock that we're gonna put out there. If we're gonna put $10,000 worth of rock on that road, then Corey would reimburse the county for $7,500.
So how do we do that then? I mean,
I need to do some research because, you know, you get into a number of alternatives and I'm not sure, as he was mentioning, what other counties necessarily do on some of that as well. I know some of the alternatives, but the benefit district is one. Establishing some form of a policy with a stipend is a possibility, but as long as it's consistently administered, that's the biggest factor.
Yeah, it would be a policy change on our part.
Right.
But it'd also be a statement from the commission is, we don't wanna stop you from building where you wanna build.
and we just changed the policy not too long ago, so
Well,
now, you know, so our consistency is kind of out the
And
window.
there, you know, if you drive around the county, there has been a number of new homes built. I mean, Northwest Marion County never had any in the
Right.
last 20 years, and all of a sudden there's 2 or 3.
And speaking about counties, that is the policy that Dickinson County uses. They make the new person who knowingly goes onto a dirt road to build a home or whatever, they have to build the base. And then the county does take over. And I think that's probably where we started, followed by their policy.
But we've also had some instances of people building more than a mile from the next gravel. I know of one way out in Moore Township that's way out there that you guys have to maintain. And you know what that one is? Way out in the very west, almost to McPherson County. And when they built that house, they were, what were they, 2 miles? 2 miles from gravel.
It's not coming on mine right now.
Yeah, I can't remember the name, but I can picture where it's at, and it, you know, at that time, I'm guessing they paid.
Again, you're stopping this at new house properties because I think there's, I know I had a phone call a week and a half ago from a feedlot that's got a hill right off of Highway 50, and we've never done nothing to that, and it's getting to where they can't get trucks up and down it. And so he was concerned, about that too. So what I'm getting at is a stipend, you gotta realize that it could be, it's just for new houses.
Well, yeah.
Well, we
I
probably
mean,
need to consider all of it.
yeah, you may need to
probably need to-
consider
yeah.
commercial business.
And that's it was a residence before, it just hadn't, it still has a address and, it had a house on it. I think you guys won't agree with it, but I think there should be different areas of classifications of a new build. If it's a full-on pledge where you're going down this mud dirt road out where there's no electricity, you gotta run electricity in, you gotta do all that. This has running water, electricity there, has an address, physical address there. It's just that the county road was not maintained in the last 20 years.
House has been gone how long?
Probably 25.
Yeah, it's been gone quite a while.
So that's the reason why. That would be
Yeah.
like an abandoned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's still considered a homestead though. It is considered a homestead. I'm not gonna say that, because that would fall under our rules if it was only 3 acres. I don't know how many acres you're talking about. That you're gonna 80?
80 acres on
But if it was abandoned homestead, well, then it would be able to be built on. But the road condition would be different than that. The road policy, what we have. But
Well, can we direct Brad to look into possibly, the improvement district and a stipend?
Or whatever other policies you might think of.
yeah. Apparently you haven't purchased it yet? Yeah, I have no problem. Take a look at it, see what we
Bring
can
it
do.
back.
What do you think, Jesse? Your mind's over there turning, I can tell.
I just, as I said last week, I really like what we've been doing. It's just, it makes it easy on me knowing, and here we go, with another different situation or well, I shouldn't say
you're
really
right, you're
different.
right.
But there's always something different with everything, and it's been nice on my end knowing exactly what to do for each person, and
Consistent.
that's just my opinion. I'm not afraid of changing something. I even thought about the idea of what if they just paid for just the base rock itself instead of also the top rock, the gravel surface gravel. So, paying half of it or something, but.
You did not figure no cost for us to build the road?
Correct. It's just material, that's it.
Well, you're still getting toward a stipend then,
Yeah.
in essence.
So just the rock already is.
Yeah, just the rock
Yeah.
on his quote, that's at $10,700 some dollars.
And that's what we charged the other people. We never charged them either to build the road, right?
Correct.
Or
Just
did
the
we?
rock, just the rock.
Just
That
the
was
rock.
base and top coat though?
Yes, base and top coat, yes. So that's the only thing that's running through my mind is it's been easy to know what you three have wanted and been able to price others.
Well, anything we do going forward is gonna have to be by policy, so you would know.
Yeah.
And the whole idea is to get a good road, to get you there. We don't wanna just throw rock on top of something.
I understand completely what everybody is saying, but my deal is, I put the money up and you don't, as much traffic is there, you rock up to my road, then that other half mile that's not rocked, you bring all that mud in a year's time, it'll look ugly again.
But that'll happen no matter who rocks.
But then that's up at us. That's on our back,
And you've got children, the school bus gonna have to come to you?
I have nieces and nephews, and we haven't started a family yet.
Okay.
But yeah.
I'm just asking. We're looking for school bus routes too, to take care of the school bus, so, yeah. Don't start today just because of that,
No, I'm not. Yeah.
He promises 5 kids in the school district.
Yeah. That's the way I look at it. I know there's gonna be expense to it, but I don't think it should be all on me or a break somehow, because of, if we're not gonna go all the way, I mean, it's just, I don't think it's worth it.
What do you mean all the way?
They don't take care of the whole road.
The whole road.
But I think everybody that we, other than that one people that built a house, Heights, that came to a dead end then, right? No, that's a road that continues on.
Yes.
So other people use that road too. So that's just kind of the way it is, but they paid for that. And then other people use that road too.
Yeah, and going west is just dirt, right? Yes. Yeah.
Off of 330th, is that what you're talking about?
No, it's off the limestone going west.
Okay.
That's on
320, oh, the latest hike, I'm talking about the other hike up
No,
off
that
by
was-
the telephone plant.
Yeah, that's different.
Well, if I've got the feel for the commission, we want to direct
Yeah.
Brad to check
See what
into the
possibilities.
possibilities.
When would you like that back? I know as soon as possible, but
Well, I mean, what are you comfortable with?
2 weeks. I may be able to have it by next week, but I can't guarantee that. 2 weeks. would be
Okay,
good.
2
Can we
weeks?
do that?
Okay. Okay. All right, okay. Do we want to go to administrative, Tina? How long is that going to take you?
It shouldn't take too long, I don't think.
Okay, let's go ahead and get the administrative done.
Okay. I have given you information about your meeting this evening, including the address and the proposed agenda for your regional meeting. It's on the table there. I do have the minutes of March 4th and March 6th.
Okay, I'll make a motion to go ahead and approve the March 4th minutes as written.
I'll second.
Okay, moved in second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
Okay, and March 6th,
Make a motion for those as presented.
okay, motion's been made. I'll second that. All those in favor?
Aye.
One on each side there. We do have some change orders. Just an informational item while you're signing those. We did receive our, every year we get a little rebate back on our purchasing card program, and so the rebate was $183.50.
Just like you.
salary sheets.
Okay. Got two salary changes, Dolores Johnson, new part-time 9/11 systems operator, $12 an hour. And got Joseph Catron, 6-month raise, 1308, 1333, corrections officer. And new full-time paramedic, Robert Luce, $15 an hour.
In your packet, you had grant application information for the health department. And so I do have that grant application for signature of the chairman. So I believe we need a motion and a vote to authorize the chairman to sign the grant application.
I'll go ahead and make that motion, authorize the chairman to sign the grant application.
Okay, motion's been made and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Would it be possible to hold a special meeting on March 20th at 2 o'clock, that's a Wednesday, to go over health insurance proposals? Both of the representatives are available that day. I know morning doesn't, I believe that's your juvenile detention day, so we would do it at 2 o'clock in the afternoon if that's possible.
If that's, yeah, if that's.
The 20th.
That'll work for me.
One of the reps, Sally, is out until, this next week, so we can't do it sooner. She would
Do
need
we have
to
a
do
time?
it 2 o'clock potentially.
Okay, on, that particular juvenile meeting that I had is held in Washington County, so I will,
We're a long way away.
yeah, we do change, we rotate from time to time. So I should be able to make it back. I'll try.
Okay.
Well, about 2 hours.
I guess
You might be able to make it a little bit later,
it might be nice to have a little.
2:30, would
Yeah.
2:30 work?
That'd be fine.
or 3.
Yeah.
I
Either
can
one.
see. Would that be better, Diane?
Well,
If we tried
as
for
long as I,
3:30?
yeah, maybe 2:30 at least, give me a little wiggle room.
Okay, I'll see what I
See
can
if
get.
that 2:30 will work for them.
Okay. And then the final thing that I have is I just want a little bit of guidance on what you want your budget to be as far as advertising for the engineer. The professional websites, I have 3 suggested by an engineer around here, and they are $500 to advertise for 1 month on that website. I don't know if it goes to all 3, or if you just pick one, or if you would have to do that 3 different times. I think that you would probably be able to pick one, and it's all on one network. Because when we go to post it, it looks the same on all 3 of those organizations. But then also, on the Indeed ad, what would you like your budget to be if we do a sponsored ad? Because they charge, I believe, that by the click on those. And we can set a budget, but I would like to know what that should be.
How much
And
does a
then you
click
had
cost?
talked about doing a business card size ad in 140 papers around the state for, in a week is $900. This is about what you're going to get. Is that something you want to proceed with? You want to rethink, or do you want to still do the 2 weeks like you talked? I just kind of want some guidance on how much you really want to spend and where you want that advertised.
What do you think? How much per click?
Well, you can set a budget. In the past, we have used Indeed, but we have never done a sponsored job. And so That's kind of just a new
So
new
you were
thing.
saying the $500 would cover the 3 professional websites?
It would I know it would cover one, I don't know if it would be on all three. But
So-
500 is the cost that I have seen on each one of those. So it could be
Could be
1,500
1,500.
for a month. Mhm.
To me, that's where they need to be, is on the professional sites now. I don't know, the website, the internet site, I guess we don't have really a clue how much that's gonna cost.
Well, you can set a budget. If you say you want to set your budget at, it's telling us a recommended budget of $750. If you set that as your budget, then they should stay within that. But
So it would be no more than that, it could be a lot less, or less.
I really have no frame of reference.
I mean, if you
I've
said
never done it
750,
before.
you're
So.
not gonna, it's not automatically 750, it's whatever's used by the clicks.
So if we set a budget of $2,000, that would cover our 3, and then a budget for the well, each
Well,
one of those could be
potentially.
500.
Oh, if you have to go
Professional
that
sites.
way.
Well, that's 1,500.
And then
And
if
then
you
you're
set
gonna-
your 500 at your 500 for the other one, so that's 2,000. And are you still planning on print for the 1,800 for 2 weeks?
Would an engineer read this, one of the three, or would they read all three, scope all three at the same time? I don't know. I'm just asking. If you're looking for a job, you probably don't look at everything, probably.
So,
I would guess.
if you seriously wanted one. I
Well,
guess
a
we
couple
it's gonna
$1,000
cost.
is still a pretty good sized budget for advertising position, although it's an important position.
You gotta pay to do it.
What's your feeling?
Do you try one of those deals at 500 and then go to the other deal? Try those two first for 30 days and see what happens, and then come back to the second 30 days on the other two that's left? I don't know. Just ask.
Okay, so it would be at most 1,500, and then 900 for, it
For
would be
one
nice,
week.
it would be nice to know. It would be nice to know. I'm just guessing, but, I'm sorry, 900 for 2 weeks
No,
for the newspapers?
no, that's for 1 week.
Okay, for 1 week, on the newspapers.
It's for 2 weeks. It would be double that.
Okay, so 900 for 1 week, and then 750 supposedly on Indeed.
Well, I mean, that's what they're saying the recommended budget is, but you could set it at a
At
different
5
amount.
or
Right.
something.
I think what Tina's asking is give her a dollar amount.
Yep. And then we'll make it work within that, you know.
So you're pretty much at about 2,500, if that one is 500 apiece. If not, it's a lot less.
If not, we're gonna
Okay,
be,
so
we'll be
it'd be
under
50,
budget.
right, here's the thing. If you did the Indeed and the 3 professional websites, say they charge, all of them charge you, you could say that's $2,000. If you do 2 weeks of print, that's $1,800. So that's 3,800.
Okay,
If
so
you-
the 1 week for print is
Okay,
like
so that would be
at the 900.
2,900, so it's almost 3,000, or around 3,000. For all of that. Is that something you want to do?
How
or
much
do you-
exposure do you think we need? I know we need exposure, but it's a lot of money too, it's advertising.
Try the 3 professional sites first. Does somebody want to go the paper route? I mean, anybody in particular want to go the
Would
paper
think
route?
engineers would first go to a professional site, is my guess. If you're a professional, you go to the professional site.
I would say the newspapers would be last, they're kind of good coming in. But I would say Indeed and that professional site.
We just don't know what the Indeed is, so.
Well, you don't, but I do. I mean, Indeed is very popular out there. There's 2 or 3 that are very popular anymore. That just, you young people, I mean, we use them all the time.
I think he's maybe saying that we don't know the exact cost of what it would be.
Oh, you're saying you don't know the cost.
Right.
Right, you don't know the cost.
Well, should we set, I'll just throw it out there, $2,000 initial budget.
Go with it.
We'll see what kind of response we get.
Okay, and so for that $2,000, you want me to advertise where?
In the professional sites and the internet sites.
Okay.
You can always come back and ask for more.
Okay. So that's the agreement. necessarily, as long as you all agree, I'm okay with that. That's all I have for administrative.
Okay, we've gotten through the agenda. We're back to, public comment.
Well, yeah, go ahead. I do think we didn't have no discussion either in front or anything on this wind energy deal, and I have some questions to Pat myself that I'd like to ask him, from his presentation this morning, and so, but we can get the public comment first.
Is there any public comment? This outside of the wind discussion. Okay, we're gonna move forward.
Pat, you, in your statement this morning, you stated something about 10 days. What would you bring back to us in 10 days to show what you was going to do with everything? Setbacks, is that for the...
Yeah, we would prepare a fully submittable CUP. And I think given kind of the back and forth that we've had, I thought is, let your planning staff evaluate that, provide some feedback back to you, and if it's worthy of submittal, then start the process. I guess a corollary to that is, I think as we saw today, some of our frustration was not having a specific proposal in front of people, not being aware of what their specific interests were in terms of where they resided, etc. We're going to pay as close attention to that as we can. And we clearly, to make this worthwhile, have to build a project that makes sense for us within the footprint that we have. I guess what I'm saying, and I think in the spirit of our discussions the last couple, 3 weeks, we're not going to turn around and just drop the CUP on you next week and go to work. We'd rather work with you so you can take a look at it, we get some feedback, and we'd like to think that it would be something that starts to meet some of the problems that you heard about today, and we take it through a review process. But the value of that is I'm willing to stand up to public hearing process such as what we had today. Scrutiny, I think, is good for you, it's good for us, obviously. We learned a lot today, and we're going to take what we learned today and put that into the plan. So I think that's what we're offering. That would be our preference.
Well, with that being said, I'd like to, I have some folks here and then some that come up afterwards. I thought when we went into this, Pat, the reason why I would probably challenge the commission to a moratorium, I thought you could put it on just for anything and do just about what you wanted as a commission. But I think under being advised by not only our legal counsel here, but the other Pat Hughes that we have as legal counsel, we have to have a specific items and things that be on that moratorium. Reason being, we just can't put it off for, what we say on that we would have to do. So unless Diane has some facts that she's wanting to present or something to that effect, why my feelings right now is the moratorium probably, we have plenty of time to send it to the commission, planning commission. We can kick it back, they can bring it back to us, they can study it 3 or 4 months in a row, they can do quite a bit, then kick it back to us, and then we can kick it back to them if we don't like it. So I think there's some time here to iron out some things that between the planning commission and us. But even the radio deal, that was something that's new to us. The radio deal, well, if I said moratorium for 90 days, I better have that radio deal issued or finalized in 90 days, whether it's good or bad for us. You've put something up that you're interested in putting some, maybe doing something for the radios if we have a problem or something. Did I take you correctly?
Yeah, that we would put that into our CUP application.
But I want the public to know why that the CUP is, or the moratorium on this is something. And then also you have a CUP that's good right now.
Right.
And you could build on it. But you are you could, but you are extending the guidelines, there's a reason why it went west, so.
Yeah, our preference would be to go west.
Yeah.
The wind gets better as we go west, and
Okay.
that adds value. I think from what we heard today, we're gonna try to mitigate that and come back with a CUP that hopefully more people on the western side will be more comfortable.
Okay. That's it for me, Chairman.
I just have one comment. We have to run, as a commission, we do understand our first priority is to protect the health and safety of our citizens. And so then, if all these smaller factors, well, they're not small factors, all these factors come into a play. You know, we've heard a lot about the decibels. But from what I understand, I've been doing a little bit of research on some of this, and there's some new research that has come out of Australia that, and I don't know if there's any study on this, I'd like to see it, that these studies are not capturing low frequency sound and amplitude modulation. Now, I know you can't speak to that, but in Australia, they're saying that's more of a detriment to the health than what they're basically hearing all the time. And so I'd like to see something on that. I mean, we had a lady got up this morning and said that she's probably affected by sound that others aren't. And so I don't know what portion of our population is affected by a low frequency sound that the average Joe out there is going, what are you talking about? But evidently there is evidence, and like I said, the studies I looked at came out of Australia, which I guess Australia is heavily into wind at this point too. So, you know, that would be a question, is there a study out there? And like I said, it may be from Australia. Maybe it's not anything that our health officials in this country have really looked at yet. But like I said in the past, our first priority is to protect the health and safety of our residents. And so, you know, those if we can get some information on those type of things, you know, that'd be helpful also.
And so Pat, I would add, and I know what you just said about, you know, providing information on your actual footprint and your TP and stuff. But even if we put on a moratorium, that would still be in our process of learning more. You can present and we can work together, even if we had a moratorium on. I go a little more in depth with research and study. And like he was talking about some of these sound studies and things that are going on. I didn't bring it all in, but I got tons of it, and I have contacted some professional people concerning this. And I know, like you said, you can get your side, I get my side, and so on. And then it was also brought up about the World Health Association that they really didn't say this or something, but yeah, I think they really did. And I want to get time to get that because I'm almost positive that I'm correct on that. And I think all that information is totally needed. We need to know yes or no. It's going to take some time. And I understand what you're saying about your CUP, but even our planning and zoning, we have a lot of things, and I'm just talking general right now, working together, okay, working together. Okay. Even in our planning and zoning, you talk about the biggies, the setbacks, and all that stuff is very important. But there's also a lot of very little important details that need to be addressed in our planning and zoning to bring this to a full, compatible program that everybody can live with. The research does take time, a lot of time. And I'll just give you a little bit of a snippet. I actually called, I didn't do what one gentleman recommended, going up to Minnesota and all that stuff, but I did call Oklahoma. I did call Colorado. I did call Nebraska, because these are places that have had wind turbine farms for years. And I wanted to know, what is their economic after 5-10 years of having. What do you see? Do you still see new houses being built? Are you getting new businesses, factories, and so on? I wanted to know what their experience is. And I did talk to, and it's amazing. I did talk down in Oklahoma, as a matter of fact. I called Guyman, Oklahoma, and they actually have 3 wind towers down there. And one is a very good company. I think they called it Suzlon Wind. You ever heard of Suzlon Wind? Suzlon. They're a very good company. They're very happy with them. Everything is fine. I think they created 3 jobs, and but it's doing great. And then their second wind company was called The Wind. Have you ever heard of that one?
I have not.
Korean company.
Okay.
Doggone it, they went bankrupt, and now it's abandoned. And so Oklahoma has over 100, and again, this is in the Guidman area, 100 wind turbines abandoned. Blades are falling, the turbines are bending over, and nobody's there to clean it up. And so, and then of course they have the third one, which is Energy. That's a big company, I'm sure you probably know that one. And they're doing 800 wind towers down there in Guidman. But that's on hold at the current time because they don't have a buyer for their different people. But the fact that they don't have a buyer, the next thing that they have to do is put up all those transmission lines, which is automatic eminent domain. And I learned a lot about that eminent domain thing, and I did not know that when you need to put up the guidelines and things like that, I always thought eminent domain was years and processing and all. No, not when you hire a professional utility company. They just come in and they go where they got to go. And I think right now they're actually negotiating with Tulsa to buy some of their energy. So that means all the way across the state, there'll be a lot of homes and stuff affected by this. But it's really deep, interesting. And this was just in Oklahoma right here, and Nebraska's faced pretty close with some of the same problems and things. There is one other person I talked to, and that was in a place called Woodward, Oklahoma. And I spoke to Mr. Alan Case, and he's not too crazy over the wind project, but I mean he didn't say anything bad about it. But his big thing is because the wind project down there is not producing what they expected, they're really looking forward to solar coming in, and they're already in negotiations. I think actually NextEra is the one too that's initiating a lot of this solar stuff. Yep, you know about that, they are.
Yep.
And that's already incorporated in a lot of the leases. So the people who signed up for the wind power also signed up for the solar, and so they can just move right in. And so I was talking to him about the solar panels and things like that.
They still need approval, so.
Well, they need, yes, through planning and zoning, but you
Right.
know, it's just like this right here. You got the people, and that solar pays really good money, a lot more than wind does. And so you start dangling, you know, $1,200 an acre in front of these poor farmers. Planning and zoning is probably going to pass it, and the commissioners are going to pass it, you know. So that's a given. But anyway, I'm really concerned about a lot of things, and even some of the things that I heard with my research, and I'm not doubting. I know you did your research. I know you did. But your research and my research are kind of not meshing, and some of the things that are in the contracts are not meshing. And I do have a copy of the trade wind contract and yours, and NextEra, two other ones, I think. They're pretty much all the same with a few differences, and I really don't care about what the private individual signs.
Right.
That's their business, you know.
Right.
But I am kind of concerned with the decommissioning, and I'm talking from experience, from up north, okay? And I know you're not with Tradewind, okay? You're not Tradewind, I'm not saying you are. But I will tell you, the experience that we have up there is ugly. Our roads are tore up, and yeah, our road, we have a signed road maintenance agreement, and everything is supposed to do, and in the road maintenance agreement it says that they will maintain the roads regularly so that the impact on our local residents is not, so we don't impact our local residents, they will maintain regularly. We got a list this long of roads that we have to watch over because they're not doing it. And we have to get on them, we have to have special meetings and this and that and the other. And now it's got to the point to where they literally blow us off. And again, that's not you, but I'm just saying this is experience. I'm talking from experience right here. So I'm pretty keen, and of course I get a lot of phone calls that maybe these two gentlemen don't because they're calling me, because I'm right there. And the noise, I do want to address the decimals. I read on the decimals that that's an average. When you talk about 50 or 60 or something like that, the wind blows at different speeds at different times and things like that. So sometimes it's 60 or 70, and sometimes it's less than those. So 58 decimals or 55, that's your average. Am I wrong?
If there's a standard in place, it's how that standard is written in terms of the maximum decibels coming off
Okay.
certain turbines.
So
That's something that we would put into our CUP so that you could evaluate.
Okay, so, yeah, because that was
You're right,
something that I
an
read.
average would be a tough one because
Yeah,
if you're at
that's right.
120 in the middle of the night, somebody's not gonna like that, right?
Exactly, but that was some of the things that I heard what people were telling. I didn't know it was an average, I just assumed that
Everything else
50 was,
fits fine,
yeah, but that's not the case. And so I can see where sometimes there's a lot of noise, and sometimes maybe none. But, so that's one of the things that I was talking about there. And on the years of the contract, I think it's a little bit more than 30 years. And so having said that, on the decommissioning and things like that, I guess one of the things I never did understand on the decommissioning is when you offer a decommissioning, why do we have to wait 10 years, 15 years, or something like that before money is put up? Because 15 years down the road, I have no idea where you're going to be. You probably don't even own that. There'll probably be 10 owners in the middle. And so, and that's what we're faced with up there. We have people who sold the wind companies and stuff up there, and now they don't even know who to send their bill to because it's changed, and the people who were there that initiated that project is gone, or that sale. And one of them is hay. You know, now they're to that point where they're going to cover some of that tore up area with hay, plant grass. And so they had bought some hay for some farmers, and the person that made that agreement, they don't even know where he's at anymore. And it's very quick.
Yep.
But now they're in a changeover process right now to where they're leaving and new people coming in.
Yeah.
But all these things.
Generally, contracts associated with a project are gonna run at a minimum 10 years. Generally, they're 20 years. And given the credit behind the contracts, I mean, you know, Korean company aside with different not U.S. technology, we're talking about U.S. technology. Ares is, I think they're a $100 billion fund. I mean, I think they've got the credit to go ahead and back this. But we set it there at 10 years so that, you know, okay, if the project stops after 10 years or after 20 years, the money is in place at that stage. And what we had offered, and, you know, I mean, these are the interesting things that you can't fully appreciate until you've got what a developer's willing to do. You could meet and come up with your own lists of here's how we expect projects to be run. But if people look at that and they never build a project, you don't even know why, you know, what was in that. And that's why, first, I think I was real clear. If we give you a CUP, it's going to be a better application than you finished with Diamond Vista. So we're gonna start at points and trying to pick up these exact points that you see. Secondly, your discussion, I think Randy, you said it best. As you get into these discussions, you're under no obligation to give us a vote in 60 days, right?
Correct.
We need to work through all of the issues. If that takes 4 public hearings, you've got the right to call 4 public hearings. And, you know, I guess in my mind, that process is going to be more valuable to you. I have no question you're going to hold our feet to the fire in terms of meeting the issues that you've got on the table. Some of those, I think, we've already come your way significantly. So, my only point, I think, is, and I'll reiterate, if there are three people prospectively that can get a project, and one might be in first place, but if that project is suddenly not secured because there's a question from the county permitting side, odds are they're going to go to number 2. And those are decisions that would probably be made in 30 to 45 days. And so my honest appraisal, and like I said, we would fight to try to get something done if we made it through a 60 or 90 day time period on a moratorium. Try to get something done with the project if we've got something invested. But I think the odds of us being successful go down drastically. And probably with the type of company that you prefer to see on the other side of the PPA.
And so my big question to you is now my last one, okay?
Okay.
So even though, okay, so I guess you understand that where I'm coming from is I feel like I have to protect all the people. And I understand the people who are making the money, they want the project. And as I even listened today from the people, the only thing that they're concerned about is the money. That's it, the money, okay? And I got that, what a windfall. But I also have to think about everybody else, and I have to think about the overall health of the county. And that's one of the reasons I went to the other states and other places to find out after many years what did come in. And so, and I will tell you, it's not good, what I've heard, as far as new homes coming in and things like that, yes. Somebody said there that, after a couple of years, they don't get any more complaints. Well, people just quite frankly give up. I mean, that's why you're not getting complaints, because people just give up. They get tired of batting their head against the wall. Anyway, that's what I've learned. So anyway, my point is this. Knowing that we have to make the decision for all the people, considering everybody, and all the things that affect the safety and the health of those people. Would you, and you're talking yourself about, making some changes and things like that. I will tell you your 18-foot proposal for the setback, I would not be happy with. I'll just be right up front and honest with you. I would not be happy with that. If I was living right there, I would not be happy with that. I would expect more. How much more, I don't know, but I would not be happy with just 1,800 feet. So, having known that, you can see where we're going to have a lot of things to work out. A moratorium that we're proposing to put on is not to stop your project, because I'm not saying I'm against you, because I'm not. I'm just simply saying I want to make sure all the T's are crossed and all the I's are dotted, and I want to go through our planning and zoning, because, and I said it 100 times, because I was there when we changed it to begin with, okay, and you have that's our first rodeo. But in hindsight and all that I've learned, with the safety of the people and with the radios, you adjust the radios, and that's interesting too with the line of sight, and I got that too, and I talked to TVS, who is actually people who are working on ours, and they do have concerns and things like that too, and so I would like to bring them in and talk to them, and it's going to take time. So what my question is, I personally feel like we need to put a moratorium, if for nothing else, to give me peace of mind, that I know nothing is going to happen, and that forces you to the table with us, whether through planning and zoning and discussion and whatever. What harm is it? It's not to stop you,
Right.
it's just to get all these things ironed
Commissioner,
out.
if 30 days from now, we don't have somebody ready to buy the power, I'm not sure that we'd be here. I'm not, we'll continue looking for buyers of power, and if we could be successful and put something back together, that would be great. Unfortunately, we're at a timing circumstance that your decision today would drive that decision. Now, where I struggle is all of the things that you want to discuss certainly seem like they could be addressed inside the planning process as well.
Well, I disagree. Well, yes, that's where they have to actually ultimately be taken care of. Yes.
And if you have a proposal in front of you, you aren't going back just to the one project that you have. You're going, and I already told you, it's going to be a better proposal than what you finished with Diamond Vista, right? So suddenly your starting point, I think, improves. And study that, certainly, And if we have to wait 60 days for a study that's on something that's really important, certainly, we'll have to wait until that decision gets made. And we would not expect to avoid the public scrutiny either, which is what I think, actually, as I saw today, I think is probably as valuable as anything that you do. If this is done in a planning commission level, and they can talk through issues, but it's not a wind farm that's going to be a couple, 3 miles from me, I think the amount of public feedback you're going to get in that circumstance will be much lower.
My big concern is the safety and healthy. All these other little things are just little things, but it is the health effects. It is the flicker. It is the noise. is my big concern. And I would ask you, Brad, based on our conversations with our legal counsel, were we advised to wait, or were we advised not to, to do this?
And I'm trying to remember exactly what the indications were from him, but generally speaking, I think his primary recommendation was not to delay it to any great extent, simply in fairness to all parties concerned. Beyond that, I don't recall him saying any specific time frame other than try to, at the point where you've had this presentation and had your opportunity to discuss it, to try to move along with it from there. I think that's what I remember in this discussion.
And I thought I remembered hearing him also say that you don't want to, you don't want to wait. You need to either do it or not.
Yeah, and I think in a general sense that's probably true, just for everyone's sake, in terms of, well, okay, wait a minute, how much longer are you going to entertain the possibility of a moratorium versus just moving ahead with CUP?
And just like the wind company, they would have to, if we set 90 days or 120 days or whatever it would be, we would have to scurry too to get our results and things in place. Just as they would, we would be in the same boat. We'd all have to be diligently working towards what we said we were searching for to get that done. And then when we're done with that or close to done with that, then we would have a better, because see, right now we're still in the research stage, really. I am. I got so much stuff to read, and then you just gave me a huge book to read. I take everything here
Commissioner-
very seriously.
Commissioner, let me ask a question and see if this could make some sense. From what I understand, if you're going to do a moratorium, it needs to be done for very specific reasons, right?
Yes.
And I guess I think that expedition could be of great help to you. I don't think those research issues change if you've got a CUP in front of you. But what you do have is a real-life experience to study, right? Instead of, gee, this could be over here, this could be over here, here's where the turbines are. We'll go and you can run the simulated sound test based on those turbines. You can tell the landowners, here's what your decibel level, maximum decibel level should be. But if it's done without a project in front of you, it's a little bit of conjecture because you've got different geography through the area. You've got less to rely on. And as I said before, I think the biggest issue is you've got less input because your landowners aren't quite as motivated. You get good motivated landowners today. I have
Brad,
no
did you
question
see
about
that?
that.
Did you get that? Did you see it?
So let me amend what I said earlier,
There's a
Randy, in
reason right
terms of
there.
if we submit it and at that stage you reviewed it and studied it and came up with 2, 3, 4 areas that you would like study to be completed. At that stage, we would work with you to get those studies complete. Work with you and stand from the standpoint of giving you a real-life wind farm to evaluate. And otherwise, if you tell me you're going to go study for 90 days, why would I do anything besides fold up my shop and go away? I'm not getting any feedback. I'm not making any progress at that stage. But, if you identify clearly to me what your 3, 4 areas are of concern, and we go to work together to study those, I understand I'm opening ourselves to your ultimate purview, but that's what your job is, right? So that doesn't bother me. We may end up, through this process, with a higher bar to cross. And at some stage, I may have to make a decision with you or to you, say, you know what, if that's where you're going in terms of the ultimate decision, we can't meet that. And we would have to withdraw the CUP at that stage. But for us to wait 60 or 90 days for what today, and I understand that you're going to identify some areas to go work on, I go back and I don't have an answer to that question. A
I guess I'm not gonna get involved in negotiating with that company, but I do have some phone calls into some of those companies that I haven't heard back yet as to some of that process, so I can't hardly believe it. And I don't know. I'll leave that alone because I didn't talk to them yet.
Yeah,
I did have some phone calls in, but I haven't heard back yet, so I'll leave that alone.
As I said, if we get to a submitted CUP, and you wanted to identify the study areas, much the same as I think you might in a moratorium, we would then obviously cooperate with you. And the evaluation of that material would be against our wind farm. And I think that that's a process that's probably more meaningful for you. It at least gives me an opportunity to tell our off-taker that the folks in Marion County are working with us. They want to be careful, which is, I think, very prudent. And you know what? They may impose some regulations on us that we can't live with. But that's a better situation than say, I said, I won't know anything for 90 days and they might extend it.
See, that's not what I said. That's not what I said at all to you. And a moratorium, once we put a moratorium on, we can take it off any time. So once we come to these agreements or conclusions or findings of the studies or whatever, if we put it on at 90 days per year example, and we want to take it off at 70, we have that option.
But
so I guess I just don't understand why, if we're looking for the same goal, we're both saying we want to work together. We both know the problems that we're addressing. And I'm saying for peace of mind, to put on the moratorium, and you work with us to get these, until we get these things, these answers.
And Commissioner, the only thing that we're saying that is not consistent between us is I'm telling you that if you do it through a moratorium process, number one, I don't think you get the same level of value that you could get by studying a real project. And number two, our project goes away. I'm not motivated to work with you, and at least this opportunity for us likely goes away. And if that's the case, I think you've done a disservice to 90 landowners that would at least have liked to have found out if you wanted to pursue the project or not.
I find that sad that you would take that position. I really do.
Well, no, I wouldn't have any other alternative to take that position because without a buyer for the project.
I'm not interfering with you getting a buyer. Keep on talking to him.
But you're interfering with the process of finishing the project. And that's where our buyers will be very concerned.
Well, I think it's by allowing a CUP to be presented. We all understand the issues. I think it might give gives us an opportunity to actually bring our planning and zoning regs up to speed to what we would consider to be taking into account the safety and the health and safety of our residents first. Plus, we know that our regs at this point probably need some tweaking. We've grown from little turbines to humongous turbines. And of course that first thing that hits you is, oh my gosh, the setbacks. I can go up to Diamond Vista, and those turbines that are 1/2 mile from a residence look like you can hang clothes on them in their backyard, just because of the sheer size. And you don't notice that until you go to some of these other wind farms that have been in operation for 10 or 15 years, and I think you can agree, they've grown exponentially in size of the equipment that's there.
Mr. Chairman, and I think in that circumstance, in other words, if we're working through the process and you side by side with that say, we want to study this issue, we may update our regs, and you update your regs ultimately with something that I can't live with, that's the stage I might have to say, I still can't go forward. But at least I'm at the table. I'm just being real clear with you, if it's a moratorium, that adds a level of uncertainty because we don't know what comes after 90 days at all. At least if we're working through the process with you. We're involved day to day. And so we're willing to keep investing and working with our offtake to try to get to a solution that works.
And I think a moratorium is our first responsibility to protect our people. I really do. I think that's where we as a commission has to start to protect our people, all of our residents, both sides, and work with you. I'm not saying, and I just don't understand, I mean, I've been in business for a long time, and if I was in a business and I had a salesman come up to me for a product and didn't want to give me the opportunity to study what the product is going to do or how I sell that product, and he said, well, if you want to cut out my sales today, then I'm going downtown, or I'm moving down, I'd say, see ya. You know, I mean, I just don't get that, because if it's honest and upfront, you know, we can put on the moratorium, we can protect our people, we can do our study, our research, and probably have a nice windmill.
Commissioner Novak, we're not in disagreement on this. I'm just giving you the realities of the market. This utility is going to make a $400 or $500 million buy decision, and they want to gear up and get all of that done. And if we can't provide them some level of process and certainty, they will move to another party.
But you still don't have that, by your own words. You still won't have that. You just told me a couple minutes ago, if we work together and we come up with something on our regs that you can't live with, you're gonna, so you still have the uncertainty.
You're right, I'm still taking risk. I appreciate that. I'm not, the risk in this business never goes away until you cash a check so you can start construction, right? I mean, there are risks all the way through. The risk that we can't finance around or work with our buyers around is uncertainty and time. And unfortunately, that's the only way a buyer will look at a moratorium.
I'm sorry, I just disagree with that, but that's okay.
I'm
not gonna.
Yeah,
No,
we're not disagreeing. I'm just trying to share with you how it'll be perceived in the market, and, you know.
Well, I would ask the commission to move forward with the moratorium.
Dan, over the project up north,
Mhm.
you look back and the road issue was a big deal, but here we are, and I'd like Pat to address this, is we made the same road deal with a company, with Nick Coyle, and I don't remember what they was.
Yes.
And
yes.
then
Bryce Barton and so on.
and then bang, when the actual construction started, they was gone.
Mhm.
So then this other company's supposed to come in and supposed to take that over, the road conditions and things like that. And that's one of the big hang-ups that we've had. How will you guarantee us that this, because you are planning on selling the project, I don't know exactly at what time, or somewhere down the road, you're planning on selling it, whether it's after its construction or...
Let me just clarify that. Aries has been our partner on this project from day one.
Okay.
They will be the long-term owner of this project. We're just a little piece of that, right? And so the idea of selling it, would they sell it at some stage? They certainly may, but their intention is to build this asset, own it, and operate it. Now, to be real honest, I apologize for this, but I don't fully understand the issues of what happened up north at Diamond Vista. What I would do before we would submit the CUP is spend a day with each of you or phone calls. Tell me what you want to see. You know, we got done last night going through a presentation, seeing some areas that we thought we could improve so that you might like it more and some of the residents might like it more. This is the one that we candidly punted on, just because we don't quite understand. And if you were to tell us, say, you know, if we had done it this way, it might have worked better, then we'll start looking at a structure like that and put that in our CUP that you can evaluate.
Well, and as Diane talked about, first off, she's talking about the roads that are a mess yet, and this year was an ugly year. We know that for construction. But I'm just looking for somewhere that when you guarantee us, when you pull out, whether it be you, the company that builds them, or wherever, when you pull out, that we'd have that road in as good a shape as we handed it to you, or better. That's what I'm looking for.
we don't wanna say that right
How
now.
about better shape?
Well, I mean, it depends, some of them's good, some of them's not, but,
Commissioner Galkey, my response to that is I can't give you a great answer today, but I think with 3 or 4 phone conversations and working with some of your planning staff, you know, and I'd be willing to go ahead and give that to you in advance of submittal of the CUP, so you can kind of see what our thinking is.
yeah, I think that's one thing that I wanna see through, because all of a sudden we're sitting here, oh, a new owner, well, here, a new guy comes in, says, I'll take care of it. 6 months or 4 months later, well, where's that guy? Oh, he's done, he's gone. We have to deal with so many different people on this project up north, that's one thing we don't wanna do. We want somebody to be responsible from, you signed the line, you're responsible, I guess, so that's what I'm saying.
And I'll just echo my comment from earlier today, similar to the radio issue. If it's an issue that you're that concerned about, then there should be some guarantees behind it, capital guarantees, letters of credit, not just company guarantees.
That might be something we as a commission look at too, maybe a capital gain somewhere that we have a pocket to build our roads out of when the end of the project, so.
Well, I think what we discovered with the other project is, especially with like a road maintenance agreement, it has to be seamless. You know, we went this far with this company, and we thought we had it under control. Now this company's taking it over, and things are happening. And how do these things become seamless rather than, oh, it was just meant for us. Now we're done.
So talking about roads, and I had asked you this question, I said this a million times already, one of the smartest decisions we made on Tradewin was the hiring of Kirkham and Michael. Because they are a godsend the way they actually babysit those people up there all the time. We have big trucks, heavy equipment stuff going over top of non-haul routes all the time. We issue fines and all this type of stuff. And roads are just, I mean, no drainage, we got all kinds of problems and things. And so irregardless as to what the road maintenance says, that would not happen, it's happened.
Right.
But Kirk and Michael is saved us a lot of money. They are identifying a lot of problems, and they are right up there to stop things when they happen and so on. And I mentioned to you one time, a couple of weeks back, about hiring a third-party engineer to do the same thing, whether it be Kirk and Michael or somebody else, and your response to me was no, that you want to work with our staff here. And so that alarmed me, because quite frankly, with taxpayers, we can't, with the amount of time that Kirk and Michael puts in up there, there is no way that I would be in favor of having one of our employees using our tax dollars to supervise your project. They're supposed to reimburse us for Kirk and Michael.
Right.
That's another problem that we're having in the contract. But going forward, learning from that mess, I would.
Commissioner, I apologize if I didn't explain it to you well. I was responding to your advertisement for an engineer. Now, an engineer certainly doesn't do everything themselves. They'll go out and hire other companies. But the great thing about having your own engineer is that 2 years from now, hopefully 5 or 8 years from now, the same person that's been through this whole process is still there. We end up with people in responsible positions on the O&M that would be relating with those people. Once that relationship is established on a consistent basis, then those problems have a tendency to get worked out much easier. Now, I agree with you, it's a big job, and your engineer is going to have to hire other engineers, and I'm sure some of that would be our cost responsibility.
I would think all of it would be. I mean, that's the way it is up here with, because I mean, really, we should not be funding to protect our roads at all. We just shouldn't be.
That I would agree.
Okay.
We generally have our contractor reconstruct all your roads as a part of the project. And that's why, when I said earlier, let's end up with a full video, so you can side by side say, here's what it needs to be.
That's what Kirk and Michael does, yeah. That's what they did. They videoed every culvert, every bridge, every road. I mean, we know every crack that's in the road up there. I mean, they have done a phenomenal job. And that's what I would hope to have with yours too. Now, it costs $650,000. That's what the cost is, if I'm not mistaken, that's
Mhm.
what, $650,000 is what they're charging, but they're there every day, all day long, and they catch trucks all the time going off the haul routes and et cetera, not, whatever, but anyway, whatever.
And as, yeah, and as a rural county, we don't have the resources to provide, even if we have an engineer.
Right,
Right.
we got real
We've
problems
got,
here.
we've got an engineer that we're hoping to hire that's gonna have 900 miles of road.
Right.
And a big chunk of those miles need serious attention, which we cannot distract
To your
one
project.
iota
Right.
to a
And,
project.
and that's why I'm commenting, I would expect your engineer would probably hire an engineer to manage that, and that likely would be our cost. You know, if, again, that's an area where we may submit a package to you, and you may come back and say, well, here's the ground rules, it's gotta work this way. And if it doesn't work, we have to pull back. But I haven't heard anything today that suggests to me that we couldn't get to a solution that we're both comfortable with.
Well, my feeling is that our planning and zoning regs need some attention. And in order to get there, I'm not sure that a moratorium gets us there. Sure, we need input, but we also know what's best for the county, and we want to protect our citizens first. And like I said, we can throw it out, we can send it back to planning and zoning many times as we think it needs to be. But I feel like that process needs to go on, whether that means we're gonna have another wind company in the county or not. I think it's in the best interest of our citizens to get our zoning regs correct.
And that's one of the reasons for the moratorium, so we can do that. That's one. But then don't forget the research. Outside, I mean, the big thing is the research for the health issues and
Right.
that's the very important thing too. I mean, so zoning is secondary as far as I'm concerned. That's something we just have to take care of. But like I say, for the moratorium, I'm more worried about getting answers to these health problems, because that's the worst to me.
Yeah, but I mean,
And the property values.
we have all the time we need in order to figure that out
No, we
without
don't.
a moratorium.
No, well,
I mean, yeah,
I'm gonna keep on
it may get to the
studying,
point where
yes.
Expedition Wind says, oh my gosh, you're taking 6 months, 8 months. Well, if we're not there, we're not there.
yeah, a moratorium would protect you in that. Well, without one, you get down 6, 8 months down the road, and you're being unfair to them too, with all the work that they're doing. And this is one of the things that was brought out to us, if I'm not mistaken, Brad, to be fair to everybody. You know, just lay it right up front. We want 6 months or whatever it is, and everybody knows. Why do we have to be so, I like to be transparent. I like to just be, I want to know how much time there is. I'm sure they would appreciate that. In research here, now at 6 months, I'm using that as a number. Like I said, if we find out what we need to know in 4 or 5, then fine.
I myself would like to see what you're gonna present to us, Pat. It's 10 days, we're not gonna be meeting until, I don't know, the 25th. That would be back in front of us on the 25th.
Yep.
And maybe we can move ahead and see what you're presenting to us. There's a plan there, and see what's happening. I'm not ready to move right now for a moratorium, till I see what your plan is.
I would agree with that.
Well, I certainly disagree. I'm sorry. I feel bad for the other people, but I just think research needs to be done. So, I think you're boxing yourself in a corner, but that's where we're gonna go, I guess.
Well, I think we need to get to the point where we're comfortable with the regs that protect our citizens. And, yeah, maybe.
We don't have any health
Maybe
regs.
60 days from now, we don't have the research done. I'm sorry. I don't see any time restraint on this.
So if they submit the CUPs and so on and so forth, at this point, then we have to start continue processing them. And so then we're on the,
Well, we'd be
We're
going,
on
if
the
we had a
wire.
moratorium, it would be for X number of days, and so we'd be in the process anyway.
no,
So it's
this
not-
is my point. I'm saying if they submit CUP applications, the way it is now, she has to process them and go through her process.
That's
That,
what he's doing.
that puts us then, the commission, in the box.
But that's not what he's doing right now. He's not doing that right now.
I don't see that.
Huh?
Yeah, I mean, with, with all the issues that were brought up this morning, like, like with TVs, and radios, and really not knowing just exactly what our setbacks really ought to be, and it really kind of looked like we had overwhelming support against the project to start out with, but just with some of the issues that were brought up, like with radio and TV communications, and not knowing where setbacks ought to be, not knowing how the sound waves might affect people. I would think either one of those 3 or 4 issues should be enough to put a moratorium on. At least that would be my way of thinking.
You tell me if my
I'm not a county
$10,000
commissioner
guidance
yet.
system works and my FM radios and my radio, my phone.
I know it interferes with your cell phone. I will be attesting
I
to
know
that.
that too.
Well, that's a study that's gonna have to be done before we can,
And how long is that gonna take?
I've got $50,000 guidance systems on the yard.
We got a problem.
And other things, I know you guys talked about setbacks last time and stuff. You need to, the windmill guys, the power guys, these guys are trying to run it again. We're not letting the community decide what we want.
The guidelines that we have right now are
I would
actually
agree.
set by Rex Savage and his lawyer at that time. And Bryce Barton and his lawyers. Those were the ones that set these guidelines that we have.
but we can address that through the planning and zoning process. If we feel like the setbacks need to be a mile, then that's what we need to work for. If they need to be a mile and a half, that's what we'll work for. 2 miles, I don't know. I think we all have an issue with that.
How are we
And you
gonna
know, a lot of
determine
things they've done have done in the last 30 days since we have showed up at your door.
How many meetings can you have while you volunteer planning and zoning? Can you have more than one a month? Can you have one every week or something? Because you guys are gonna have a lot of stuff to study.
We can, we just have to have 20 days of notification before meeting.
So 20
So we
days
can
before a
force-
meeting. So you can't have one every just so often.
We can have special meetings, however, and so the first time it would have to be published. You have 20 days before you can hold that public hearing. At that public hearing, you can table it without having to publish again. You're just continuing the discussion. So then you can hold a special meeting if requested, as long as we can have a quorum of the voting membership present. So we can have as many meetings as the planning commission feels we need to have. Once they've come to a determination, it can be sent to the board of commissioners after the protest period. Board of commissioners can discuss it, they can table it, they can continue that discussion to another date, they can send it back to the
I
planning commission.
understand. I was just wondering how many meetings you could have
Yeah.
and the
We can
process
have as
there.
many as-
Because that's time consuming too.
Sure,
Mhm.
sure.
And I think that's more than fair. I mean, we need to have our planning and zoning committee involved in this. I mean, they've got a lot of stuff to look at too.
We have them for.
How much information does the planning and zoning board already have on this? How much information on the wind turbines have you provided to them?
We don't have a CUP application.
What about just our regulation? They have their book, but what about just the discussion and stuff with some of the things, some knowledge or something different? Because you got 2 brand new people and one that's only been on there for a year. That's 1/3 of your board.
You can ask them what information they have so far. They've all done some independent studies and research. They've had a lot of time to talk to citizens. Some of them may have even spoke with
like the flexibility.
Did your meeting with them, you two guys, when you had a meeting with them, did that change your ideas?
No.
Just asking.
That
That
changed
gives
my
you
idea.
any deal to, because I know you guys both went separate to go see that.
It didn't change my thoughts when I, all I was seeking was information. I can't speak for Randy.
I know phone calls can ring from anybody, so. Anybody can call you, I understand that. So, I'm just asking.
No, it was strictly to go find out what they was wanting to offer to us, see what their attitude is and stuff like that. We've got some problems, we know that. I mean, Diane's talked about them, we've got some problems we'd like to see change. I still want to tell you, anybody that's in this room, this is not today's project, even though these people are here. This project has been here a long time.
But it changed in the last 3 months.
And it has changed, and that's brought up some concerns. But actually, you know, and it's a shame that not everybody has followed the background to the Planning and Zoning Commission, the work that I want to say the people when I come on was working on this already. The people, they put a lot of hard work in it. Then we've got some new board members now. I've appointed some new board members in my area, and so is about everybody. And so, but we went through a process, and did we hear any negativity about wind farms? No, we did not.
I did.
No, well, what?
I think I did.
I don't know, I'd have to go back and look at the minutes, but there was maybe 1 or 2 people. And that was the maximum, Randy, at that time.
And things have changed since then.
And then everybody
Yeah.
comes to us all the time, well, we don't want to go to county commission, you like doing it, you go for us.
Yeah.
I know it's wrong, Randy, I know it's wrong.
Well, we like having you, Randy.
And I like having you, I do, we have good
But what I'm
discussion.
saying though is, it's really, we didn't hear, the planning and zoning board did not hear enough negatives to change any of their attitude, even to start the project here. And so,
But again, Randy, the people didn't know. The people didn't know the questions
And
to
that's
ask.
true,
I
too.
was there, and I didn't know what the questions to ask. And you had lawyers, it's
I'm talking
against
about,
lawyers.
I'm talking about 10 years ago. when we
I know,
started
but
this
it was so
little
different 10
ordinance
years ago.
things. Yeah,
I will
and
say
now
that.
they're bigger ordinances, or
Bigger
bigger
ordinance,
ordinances.
bigger things have changed in
Everything just
in
keeps
everything.
evolving.
Yeah.
Farming has changed, everything's
Our
changed.
planning and zoning says we encourage wind products. I mean, that's part of our statement in the book, correct?
That was a while back.
When did we put that in? When was
It's-
that?
It's been there
From the
for-
very
Been there
beginning?
quite a while.
Because wind turbines are how old? 10, 15 years maybe?
How long was that statement maybe been in there, Sharon?
She was, I don't know if she would know.
It was
Yeah,
prior to your time.
Yeah.
Prior to then, but then the overlay district was open up to the entire county to invite that industry.
Right. So it's probably been in there for 10 years.
Quite a while. Like I said, I know that original board when I come on as commissioner was working on it, and they worked very diligently to try it, but they set an area. And I think that's one problem that really, it was an area set. The
You were on
original-
that board, weren't
See-
you? You were on that board.
I was.
Originally,
I
yes.
was. There was a
Yeah.
tremendous amount of work done on that.
And so, yeah, that's right.
And there was, there was some opposition to it, not a lot, of course. It was a whole different
Yes,
demographic.
It's a whole different thing. I
You know,
agree.
it was mostly grassland. We weren't
do
moving
anything
over
about
into the ag sector.
It's just all changed.
But I mean, I'm sure, Randy, you remember the process 10 years ago, 11 years ago.
He was a young guy then.
I don't really, but I'm still trying to figure the process out. I didn't do good in school,
Right.
as anybody here.
Daddy just didn't raise it down.
But at that time, I mean, that was such an infant industry. Even the,
You're
even
talking
the
about-
outside help that was brought in are going, we're just feeling our way around here.
I agree.
It seems to me the moratorium's kind of a moot point and political posturing as far as I'm concerned, which I detest. You guys hold all the power, and I think that's what these guys are saying. There's no need for a moratorium, so I agree with the decision that you're making. I would also add that I find it very interesting how you're hanging your hat though on planning and zoning. I actually stayed here to hear the County Lake presentation. I just bought a house at the County Lake. And I'll probably be in front of you again about planning and zoning being totally ignored on a regular basis. So I'm glad to hear you're hanging your hat on it, because I'm going to remember this, so thank you.
I'm sure you'll have a group that you can connect with. Okay. All right. Well,
What?
okay, a motion made to adjourn. I'll second that. All in favor? Aye.
Can I have that back?
Yes.